5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good whatever it is. Good God. I'm sorry, I am so unprepared today. I'm almost as prepared as Wout Faes is ready to defend an incoming shot from one of their attackers. That's how unprepared I am today. And look, I've got a bit of a suntan, I think. Managed to see my granddaughter for the first time on Friday, which was absolutely brilliant. Nice to do, nice to see. Nice to see you, nice, as they say. Welcome along. Let's get the team news going across the bottom, and I will bring in my cohort for the evening. Yes, he is my Anthea Redfern to my Bruce Forsyth. I'm not sure whether he would like that or not, but let's do it.
Chris, I do apologise. I'm here, guys. I might have to wire in.
There you are, talking completely over my intro there. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm so sorry, mate. For some reason, it's been a little bit slow, which it never normally does. Hopefully, it's going to catch up now. But I'm good, mate. And I like your intro. I am Bruce Forsyth underneath this beard. You can't see the chin.
No, I think you definitely are more Anthea Redfern.
Anthea Redfern? It doesn't even ring a bell with me, mate. You might be slightly going past me here.
I think, no, that's right. I think I am. If you ever watch the Generation game with Bruce Forsyth, Anthea Redfern was his first co-presenter.
Oh, right. I think I missed that one, sadly, mate, because I think I was on the era past him on the Generation game.
You were probably on Larry Grayson, weren't you? But look,
I can't quite remember. I only remember Bullseye.
Yeah, oh, well, I think there's a little bit of a delay there, so sorry if I do end up talking over you. We're going to say a few hellos first of all. Wayne, hi Wayne, Forest Nil City 5, and yes, I've been on the Blue Love Gluckapog juices. God knows what they are. Ronald is in, hi Ronald. Gray, hi Gray, how you doing? Afternoon, Chris and chat. The missus has gone Forest, and I've got the run of the house. Question, should I change the locks? Yes, basically, yes, change them. Fuck's sake, the team Mongo should have started. Look, totally. Well, I'm going to come to that in a second. Jamie Vardy's left. Oliver Skipper's joined. Good evening, sir. How are you?
What a name.
Yes. Glad to see. Yeah, it was lovely. Absolutely lovely. She's been in hospital today. She had tongue-tied, which she had to go in and have sorted today, which meant she wasn't eating very well. But she's there. She's there and back and very, very well. Definitely Anthea. Oh, now Isla St. Clair. I tell you what. One of my first passes was Isla St. Clair. What a lovely, lovely woman. Anyway, that's got me occupied for the show. First of all, look, I want to say, looking at the team, you've seen the team, obviously. Can I just say before we start, sorry, do check this out. I have put the link in the chat in the Facebook group, the X and Blue Sky as well. I'm now writing, although it's only going to be a short season, for the Observer. They have a section called Fanfare and Fanguish. If you're a posh bugger and you buy the Observer, or there is a link, as I say, on Blue Sky, X and Facebook to that page. Probably will be very short because next season we won't be in the Premier League, so we'll be down. So they won't be covering us. But for the time being, you can find me on there. Look, there's the team. It's one that started against Southampton, which, of course, I wasn't here for. And I want to sort of come straight in for you here with Koulibaly.
Yes.
Take it away, sir, because you got some news midweek.
Well, he was posting on social media, apparently, wasn't he? You know, I should have probably double-checked this was the case, because it could have been perhaps some fan noise as well. But he didn't seem a happy chappy with what he was posting on social media this week. And it made me ask a few questions, Chris. Generally, I've said it to quite a few of us in the chat, and I said, it really worries me about Ruud's man management and the club itself as a direction. If you were signing a player in January and they end up playing just over 100 minutes, which is not a lot at all. And don't get me wrong, you need to be a good player, but he needs minutes. And I kind of feel for the lad that he's come here, he's been here 6 months, and I think he wants to go already by all accounts. And I think it's a damning indictment on our football club right now, because if that's the way we're going to sign players, Chris, who's going to want to sign for Leicester City?
100%. And funnily enough, and I've lost it now, I've got to be honest with you, but I did see it on another fan page as well. So I don't know, but they may well have got it from your source. I think it was a local paper. Is he French, I believe?
Yeah, he is French, yes.
So I think it was probably a French paper. See, it's it's lost in translation. I don't blame him at all. I'd be utterly 100% pissed off when you've got a left back being picked over you as a right back in that position.
And also, you've got to look at it like this, Chris. The times he came on, even the first game, I mean, look at ultimately, it's going to take some time for you to warm into it, but he was having a go. That was at the period where we were struggling to drive forward and create chances. And every time he was on that pitch, he drove forward. So I'd feel very, very upset if I was him, because I don't think he's come here and been a bad attitude, and I think he deserved a bit more of an opportunity.
It is. I mean, I don't know if you saw, and we've got a new show every Friday, by the way. Do check it out if you haven't yet. It's the back pages. We've got Mark joining us, Mark Manderfield. He used to do the It's 11, It's Heaven podcast for Leicester. He's joined us now, 8 o'clock every Friday, gives him time to put his kids to bed. And we're looking at all the sort of different, news stories, rumours, and what have you that come up during the week. And I saw a thing, I think, that's coming up this Friday that said that Ruud has been told his main objective is to leave Leicester in a very good place. And as I put out again on social media, well, he's fucked that up, hasn't he?
Honestly, mate, I've wrote a few things on the Leicester Till I Die Facebook group this week about my feelings about Ruud. And unfortunately, I say the club deserves everything it gets if it doesn't sort itself out and get on board with this. If you look at any other club right now that's in the position we're in, they're making plans, they're making changes, or they've got a caretaker manager in charge, like at Southampton, removing what would be a problem part of the situation.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we've not been doing that. And I get money's whatever, but mate, there's no point in being there really. I don't think it contributes to anything that's going to help us next season. We need to be getting on with it now.
Indeed. I mean, I did one of the reasons I was late, I'd forgotten to do some of the artwork, and I've done the artwork, which you can see there, for the overlay. And I was looking at, I did Vardy for the last one, and obviously we're not going to get many more chances to put Vardy in the artwork. No. And I was going through the play, and there was absolutely nobody else, possibly El Canoes, that I wanted to put up there.
Well, it's interesting. We don't know who's also going to be hanging around, Chris, do we? I mean, there's a good chance El Canoes is going to go. So, I mean, who's our horses for next season? I mean, quickly looking at the team, that's a good thing Skip's in there again today, because we have all asked for this. So that's something, because we think he'll be here.
Yes. I mean, I'm surprised he's not started Bernete. I mean, he won't definitely be here next season. So why not stick him in? I'm being sarcastic there, by the way.
No, I know. I got that. And also, he was terrible last time out. He's lost his head now, hasn't he? He doesn't want to be here either.
Well, can you blame him? Can you blame him?
No, you'll go back to Brighton. Have a great year.
I wasn't here for the last game. I'd really had enough, which is probably why we won. And I did say at the time, were we that good? Or I'm taking it from a few Southampton posts that I've watched. We are that bad. And I have to say, congratulations to Southampton on finally beating Derby County's record. Who thought that would have come in and draw against Man City? But it did. I mean, were we that good? I still think this lineup's going to get stuffed by Forest.
Well, this is the problem, Chris, and this is why I wonder if there is a slight arrogance in the midst of our leadership group, because the problem is that we seem to think we're going to go down to the Championship, and with this team, like last time, we're going to probably walk it. That game against Southampton might show we've got an edge on Southampton, but I still think when it comes to the qualities of what we're looking for as a football club, being a bit more humble, being a bit more forward-thinking, I still think we're in more like Luton territory than we are, actually top of the league territory. But then it is hard to know, isn't it? Because obviously it's such a disparity nowadays. We're in that gap.
We totally are. Look, we won't come straight back up, says Gray. I think the best we can do is if we do come up, it will be second, because Ipswich are a lot better prepared. We all laughed when they bought the players they bought, but they're all Championship proven players, and they may lose one or two, of course, as well, Delap, etc. But we have to accept that this is the EFL, and they're going to be waiting for us.
Well, exactly. And also, mate, if you get off to a bad start, you end up like a Luton, because it is a competitive league. And the credit I give to the Championship now is that if you look at teams like Oxford United, they really should have any right to be in the Championship financially. However, tactically, they're doing something different. And consequently, they're keeping themselves in there. And I've got a thing with arrogance in football clubs, as you know. I really think we've got to have a look at ourselves and take some accountability, which I don't think the club's willing to do. No. But saying that, mate, I mean, it's very much we don't know how it's going to turn out. It's more important, I think, what's the club going to look like on the pitch next year, because we might not have half of these players, and then we don't know where we're going to sit in that. If I was to make a prediction, I'd say top 6 is possible, but it could be as bad as 18th, 19th.
Oh, I mean,
honestly,
I dread it. Yes, yeah, and we should have enough. We should have enough to stay up. Even with the points deduction, but it may be like you say, bottom. 19th.
I was going to say, do you remember Sunderland Till We Die on Netflix? Did you ever see that? That was the season they got back-to-back relegations. They got back-to-back relegations from the Premier League to the Championship, and they filmed it all behind the scenes. And I get a lot of vibes about where Sunderland were there, are very similar to where Leicester are now.
I wish they'd done a Leicester one this season. I think that would answer more questions than the club would. But look, shall we have a listen to what Kate thinks of the team?
Absolutely, get her on, mate.
Oh, hello. Vardy's shirt is on today. Ready for the 200 milestone to be hit. Same team as before, which a bit disappointed about in terms of I'd like to see more youngsters, but I understand Ruud's decision because we won last week, which is a rarity, so I understand why you would pick the same team again. So we'll just have to see what happens. I'd like to see Monger and Evans brought on with a bit more game time, so we can actually see what they're about and to be tested against really good opposition today. So we'll see what happens. I would love to have Vardy party ruin the celebrations of Nottingham Forest. So I'm going to go for a spicy 2-2.
Oh, 2-2 there from Kate. I'd take that.
Me too.
And party, to quote the LP. If you're wondering what an LP is, guys, ask your parents. I mean, look, it'd be at the 200 now if he'd taken a decent penalty, but he didn't. It would be nice for him to get that goal, that 200th goal against Forest, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would, mate. Yeah. And also the thing is about today is the only positive is if Ruud wants to have an out to look at, a better manager, then today you turn up and put in a performance. And because it's against a rival, because they're going for European football, you can gain a lot of credit back very quickly in games like this. The only problem is we've been asking for this for weeks and weeks and months, and every week it's the same. So we know it's not going to happen because the trend is there. Yeah. But there's an opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, the team itself, I'm guessing, look, it's not the worst in the world. I mean, FaZe is still in there, and I've given up on that. What you were saying about Koulibaly in feeling how he feels, I'm sure Okoli probably feels the same.
Oh, dude, I'm pretty certain that Cody's probably going to go. I mean, we're reading between the lines, and unfortunately, it isn't factual. It is speculation. But when you look at the team lineups and the way they've been, I would suggest Woot's going to go, Okoli's going to go, El Canus is going to go, and worryingly, there might be some of the younger guys. I heard a rumor that Nelson's probably going to go, and he's probably our first choice centre back for me next year, for the guy from Oxford who's on loan. So, yeah, this is the thing. We don't really know how this is going to map out. So it's always difficult looking at the team right now and going, well, who is actually going to be a part of it next year? I would say McAteer is very likely, so I hope he has a good showing today.
Yeah. 2-1 to Leicester. Now, I've got to say, I'm just going through our predictions from this week. Now, I have to say that I'm not going to get too excited because of the 5 games that were played yesterday, and it was Brad, Wayne and me that do the prediction show. So out of a possible 15 points, Brad got 1.
Excellent.
I got 1. And Wayne saved it for us both and got 0. So my prediction is probably going to be way off today. I don't even know. What was the score earlier?
I have no idea, mate. I was rushing around like you to get it for the show.
It was Newcastle 2-0. So I've got an extra point. Okay. Way!
Well done, mate.
But
I look forward to next year when I can contribute properly to this, because then I'll be right on you.
We're going to get all the presenters in, and hopefully presenters from other channels will join us as well. Look, I've gone 1-1 today. Are you with us? No, he's gone. He's frozen.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back, mate. I keep losing you, but I think it's me. I think I'm back now. Sorry, try again. Apologies, everyone. Technology.
You're supposed to be all right at your parents. I'm
gonna wire in at half time, Chris. I'm gonna run a wire across to be safe. Something's going on. All right.
Yeah. Please do. But yeah, I've gone 1-1 today because I'm being optimistic. Because I went for a Southampton loss, and of course we won. So I've gone for 1-1, and like I say, I'd love Vardy to go. I actually started to feel hurt when I looked at where he might end up going, and he's been linked to. Oh, look, somebody said Forest. I mean, I don't think he would even be that horrible to go to Forest. But Leeds United, oh no, I couldn't stand him in a Leeds shirt. And Burnley, I wouldn't mind. And I think if you still do a job, I don't think he'd have done a better job, but I don't think he would have done a better job for us as an Impact, so purely because of the management we've had this season. Although he was doing all right, as we keep saying, under Cooper. But yeah, I keep thinking of him in another shirt, and it hurts.
It does, especially if it's in England, isn't it? For me, Chris, I'd love to see him go to the MLS. And I do think for him, on a business standpoint, longer term, that's probably a wise idea. But it depends how long he thinks he can go. Because let's be real, if you're Leeds United or Burnley right now and you're coming into the Premier League, if you can pick up a striker like Vardy just for his wages without having too much actual financial outlay, why wouldn't you? You know, they'd offer him 75 grand a week, I'm sure, Chris, because they'd think he'd get them 10 goals a year.
And he's on a free. On a free.
Yeah. So he's very attractive.
Yeah. Gray says, am I okay because I've gone 1-1? I'm not sure. I'm losing it. I'm really sorry. George, I don't know what you're on, George, but can I have some, please?
Love it.
And he says 4-0 to Leicester. Gray, you must have left early because it ended up 2-0 to Newcastle. Not 1. And Andreas is in. Hi, Andreas. How you are doing? Look, I'm not even disappointed that Ayew starts because next season he could be our main striker. I know that's a laugh. We have got one season, and he's more likely to move on than Dakova Reed, unfortunately. But when he's played in the centre, he's all right, Ayew. All right, he got lucky with the free kick. The free kick was absolutely shy, but he got away with it. And they came with Dakova Reed, but they're just not wingers. No. And if we are going to blood a lot of youngsters, which I want to next season, Ayew's got that bit of experience.
He does.
He can hold the ball up for whether it's McAteer or Fatawu and Mavadini to come on to.
There's been games this year, Chris, where I think he's actually been one of the better players. And I think sometimes he's got a little bit of stick unnecessarily. My only concern about Ayew is he's going to be on a whacking wage here and have the club put in a relegation clause where it's going to go down. Because I'll say one thing, if he's on £80,000 a week or something daft, we need to sell him because that isn't good for FFP in the Championship. So that's the only downside to the situation is the money side of it for me. However, I do agree with you. I don't think he's a bad option to keep around. But if the money is too high, Chris, I would still get rid of him, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and I would want Ayew to stay over Dakova Reed, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with that because Dakova Reed's awful. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. What do you think today? Come on, not had your prediction yet.
Well, Chris, I'm in two thoughts, which means I'm on the fence a little bit. I'll tell you what my thoughts were for it. My first thought was I had a 4-0 in my head, and I'm hoping that it might be 4-0 Leicester, but it's a number that came into my head, so hopefully I'm not wrong, But I'm going to actually go for 3-1 to Nottingham Forest. Unfortunately, I think the fact they've got this European battle going on to get themselves into those European places, the rivalry narrows it down a little bit perhaps on the day, but they're at home. They've got a very passionate fan base, as we know. I think, unfortunately, it'll probably be 3-1, but I imagine we might take the lead with penalty. That's my prediction.
I mean, Forest are sat in 7th at the moment. They have got 61 points, won 18, drawn 7, plus 12 goal difference. As it stands, and we don't know what European places are going to be next year, we're obviously not going to get a Champions League extra place because Arsenal have obviously not won anything again this season. Sorry,
sign the striker, and you might win something. They need a target man. They
may get Vardy.
It was funny. I've got Arsenal fans as mates, and I said, you'd be crying out for Jamie Vardy right now in that semi-final.
Yes, yeah, totally. But as always, they lose. They don't win a thing. So we're not going to get an extra. Well, we've then got, is it the Europa League that it's going to be an English team because it's either going to be Spurs or Man United. Yep. I'm kind of edging towards wanting Man United, to be honest with you.
Oh, no, I'm edging towards Spurs because I think Man United are getting bigger their bones and going, we're undefeated in Europe all season while sitting 15th in the Premier League, which is remarkably arrogant. Yeah, so, no, I'm in for Spurs for Ange.
I'm going for Man United because I've got a lot of my brother-in-law is Man United, so therefore his two boys are Man United.
My brother-in-law Spurs,
and I just it is though like daddy chips, isn't it? Which one do I go for? But there's obviously going to be one of those is going to be in the Champions League next season by winning the Europa League, and then obviously in the conference Chelsea will should win it. Let's be honest with you. So Forest in 7th. I mean, the 61 points, they're 2 points behind Villa in 6th and Chelsea in 5th. So if they win today, they will actually go 5th and be in the Champions League. And look, I know it's Nottingham Forest, but I'm going to have to say this because fair play, Nottingham Forest, congratulations, wherever, to be 7th this season, and I had you down for finishing 20th.
Me too.
Finishing 7th is, and you could possibly end up on Champions League. Great season. Well done, Forest.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Chris. Ultimately, it's stories like this in football that make the game more palatable nowadays, especially when the money's involved. So, irrelevant if it's Forest, irrelevant if it's Derby, irrelevant if it's Coventry, actually, for me. I actually like to see all of us little clubs doing a little bit better. Sorry to call us little guys. I know people don't like that. But, smaller, fan bases versus these big Goliaths. I like to see that narrative in football. So, apart from today, because I would like to maybe drop them out of the Champions League places.
Yes, I get that. I do get that. I mean, I don't want them to beat us. I want us to win. But I've got to say, because there was certain Forest fans that when we won the Premier League had the decency to come on and say congratulations. And I remember when people were hanging the scarves up after the helicopters. There was quite a few Forest scarves there. So look,
exactly.
Fair play to them, fair play. But I do still want to beat them today. That said, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's at Forest. I don't know if I can. It is the derby. It probably means more to Leicester than Forest, in fairness. But Derby's it does add a little extra spice to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, because these games on the day, mate. I said it, I think, to Wayne or Jim. I said, I think it feels more of a cup game, actually, today, because our season's over. It's really just a free shot like they did to us in the FA Cup a few years ago, where they beat us 4-0. So actually, the narrative is that we go into this today, and if we were to beat them 4-0, we're going to put a big dent in their chances of getting Europe, which is part of football rivalry, isn't it? So there is an aim there for us.
It is, and that's the thing, isn't it? We've got little to hold on to. Like I said, all I've got to look forward to the rest of the season is hoping Jamie Vardy makes 200 goals, because that would be, unfortunately, Michael Owen is actually in somewhere in the Caribbean doing soccer schools now, which is probably not even far enough away for him. But I'd love him to beat, his record because of what he said, but I don't think he's going to. But look, at the bottom, we can't be caught by Southampton. Southampton have, though, beaten Derby's, which I'm a bit of a double-edged sword for me because, obviously it keeps Derby bottom in the least ever points got. But that would have been a part of the relegation story had Southampton managed to do that. If we get anything today, as in a win, if we get 3 points, we do go above Ipswich Town, of course.
Yeah, which is interesting, isn't it? I still wish we could move the date of our financial year again, like we tried last time, to avoid PSR, because we might be able to take the points deduction now. Which is obviously going to be coming next season.
Yes. And Gray's just quoting Michael Owen there. I just want to sidetrack very quickly before I let you go, because the game's about to start.
Yeah.
Next week, there's no games on Saturday because it's the FA Cup final.
Yes.
Hook off, FA. The FA Cup final should be the showpiece to the end of the season. It should be the last game. Or is it me being old and dinosaur-like?
No, I think they're missing out on marketing opportunities, Chris. I think the FA Cup is one of the oldest and classical cup competitions in the world, and I think their marketing needs to be better because we have some great stories this year, like Plymouth beating Liverpool, for example. They need to maximise these things, and I think the TV side of it is getting better because there's more variety and there's more channels with it on. Don't get me wrong, but I do agree with you. The final should be a showcase. When I was a child, I remember it was a big event to go watch the FA Cup final with your friends. You play football in the garden, then you come in and watch the game, and it was just the best days of my childhood.
I mean, to me, it should always be the last game. I accept you're going to have playoffs, but that's not in the... Usually you're going to end up with Premier League teams. But look, the teams are coming out. I'll let you go and get wired up.
Cheers,
Thank you very much, sir. Let's hope we've got something good to talk about at half-time.
Absolutely. I think we're not losing our heads, guys. See you at half-time, mate.
See you at half-time, mate. Bye-bye. Right, let me just remove. There's the Forest team, by the way, which I didn't put up. But Chris Wood, he's going to get a couple of goals against us. He always does. Let's just get the housework out of the way, please. No substitutions. No. What's the word I'm looking for? Spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers in the chat. If I'm not talking to you, don't have a go at me. I'm trying to commentate on the game as best as I can, and I'm not very good at it. But the mods will answer for me. Gray, obviously, is a mod, is in here as well. The players, they are shaking hands. Let's get this show on the road.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watchalong show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Wouldn't we just? Wouldn't we just? Right, guys. We're about to get underway. There's the team just for the second. Jim is in. Hi, Jim. How you doing? You didn't get the link that I sent because I only sent it about 10 minutes before we started this show. Family weekend this weekend. I saw the granddaughter. It's thrown everything out. We had a new show on Friday as well, the back pages. Do check the back pages out. We do refer to all the rumours. So, Stelarczyk in goal. Justin, Cody, Faze, Thomas across the back. Ndidi and Skip together, and I'm pleased with that because I don't think Ndidi and Samari work at all, either or. And then McAteer and El Caduce on the wings. Ayo just behind Jamie Vardy. Jamie Vardy up front. Come on, Jamie, get that 200. Wow. So 300th Premier League start for Jamie Vardy. And it's 199th Premier League. I can't remember. I've lost it. Whatever was said then. It was. They've just said about Jamie Vardy, and I've forgotten it already. Trying to write it. It's going to be one of those days. Let's just see what happens when it happens. Hopefully, you can all hear me okay because I have had a bit of a move. Come on, Jamie, now, lad. Forest obviously up for it. Of course they are. Why would they be? Fantastic atmosphere there today. Yeah, that's all we want, Gray. We just want to see a passionate win. Leicester, a passionate win would be nice, but a passionate game. And it's Forest who kicked off. Forest are kicking from right to left. Oh, Stelarczyk falls over as he kicks the ball up. Oh, my God, we've got Chris Sutton on co-commentary. So Forest are kicking from left to right. Red shirts, white shorts, red socks, and they're on the front foot to get a first corner. Very, very early. 25 seconds in. So it was the Forest goalkeeper who fell over. Goals from corners, 10 for Nottingham Forest. Oh, we've got a beach ball on the pitch. We don't. Thankfully, it was nearer the corner flag than the goal. We all know what happens when you've got those on the pitch. So corner to Forest. No. The referee's calling a couple of people over. One of which is James Justin. The referee today is Tony Harrington. The video assistant referee, by the way, VAR, is Peter Banks. A lot of movement in that box. Oh, Stelarczyk comes up and gets a punch on, but it's out to this near right-hand side for Forest. Get the cross back in again. Headed clear by, well, not, it's headed out by Faze, but not clear. Now it is booted clear, but there's no Leicester City player up. They were defending in numbers. So we survived that. I know, Gray. I know. Forest coming down that left side again. They got past Justin, but in fairness to Justin, he did actually manage to get back to cut the cross out. The cross comes in. Oh, what was going on there? There was no Leicester defence whatsoever. There's only Chris Wood in the box, for God's sake. Now there's another player for Forest. I mean, he had 3 players around him. Might have been deflected to him. I think it might have been deflected off for a corner. Who the hell was picking up Chris Wood? James Justin gets a free kick. A bit fortunate there, I think. Yeah, the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper. Oh my God, I can't talk today. It's a good job I'm not on the cider. The Forest player was trying to say it was his shoulder, but anyway, ends up at the moment. It's back with Stelarczyk. Plays it out to Wout Faes. So you can see that Forest are definitely targeting the left-hand side. And Vardy gives the ball away. Forest have it down this near side. Number 21. Lovely cross. He gets in. Oh! Chris Wood again. I think it was Elanga. Elanga that down the right. Honestly. Hi Vicky, how you doing? So he's had 2 chances already as Chris Wood. He only wants 1 goal, Chris Wood, to get 20 this season. I like Chris Wood when he played for Leicester, I've got to say. I thought he was all right. I think he was unfortunate to be let go, but of course we had Nugent, we had Vardy, Ayew. Closes the ball down well there, but it goes off him and out for a goal kick to Nottingham Forest. Obviously, Leicester are played in their all-blue kit. And the other 2:15 games, of course, it's Man United, West Ham, and it's Tottenham Hotspur, Crystal Palace. Allegedly, please, Gray. I can't afford lawyers. Again, Leicester get the ball, but they just can't control it. We get into the ball and we're just giving it away. Story of the season, really. Oh, through Skip's legs. Game's being played in the Forest half at the moment. Well, I'm good, Vicky. Thank you very much. I'm going to go large now, so Jeff. Gray, thank you, Gray. We'll be looking after the chat for a bit. Oh, Elanga gives it away, but wins a free kick-off skip. Oh, apparently did okay against Southampton. Like I say, I didn't follow that game, but so free kick on the near side, halfway into the Leicester half. Anderson's going to take it for Nottingham Forest. High into the box, Stelarczyk will come for it, and it's very easy for Stelarczyk to take. I'm going to say now that if Maddison does go next season, I think Stelarczyk is more than a capable, to take over from him. Like Brad said, when Maddison was brought back, probably Stelarczyk, who'd kept a clean sheet in the game before, probably was unlucky to actually lose his place. Justin to Cody. Back to Jacob. Oh, it was too high for Thomas there. Jacob, a bit of a short ball there, and he only just managed to clear it before it was taken off him. Having just praised him, of course. As we do. As we do, it always happens. Commentator's curse. 39 of you in, please do smash that like button. It really does mean a lot. It does help the channel as well. Oh, Forest going through 2 players there. Oh, then finally caught in possession. Oh, McAteer too hard for Vardy, but he does get to it. Oh, and then gives the ball away with a short pass. Again, Leicester, good move there. Lovely ball down the wing to McAteer, but it was a very hard cross, and Jamie Vardy attempted to keep it and gave it away. Right, bear with me, I'm just going to open my window, guys, let some fresh air in. At least let myself get some fresh air, even if I'm not outside. El Canoes getting in the way of the ball, but it bounces free for Forest, who then just play it out for some reason. Very bad pass by them. Shows that we've got coming up next week. Monday night, we will have the review and player rating show, which we're going to put back all into one show. No, we've been messing you about, but it just keeps it. We've got to try different things, see what works. And I think to keep the whole show shorter, rather than split it into 2, 1 long, 1 short, makes it a bit more. Because we cover a lot in the post-match, so we don't really need to go over that much in the review. And then you've got, Ayew. Hang on a second. Ayew there. And then he's fouled. Well done, Jordan Ayew there. Won the ball. Fooled one player, then got the foul. And that's what Jordan Ayew's good at. If he's doing that next season and holding the ball up for the likes of Fatawu, there's plenty of shirt pulling there. 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. And anybody holds the ball up for the likes of Mavadidi and Fatawu, that could be really, really good. But yeah, Monday we've got the review. Tuesday, of course, we'll have the debate show, and Wednesday we're hoping to get. He's agreed to come on, Kieran Maguire, who the Rest is Football podcast, to talk about all these new rules. Ball goes into the box. Oh, come on, Leicester! That was unlucky. Cody got it back in from the free kick, but it has. We still got it, Leicester. Still got it. Still 0-0 Spurs at Palace. There was a goal awarded, but apparently it's been ruled out for VAR, so it's back to 0-0 there. Yeah, so Kieran Maguire. Yes, indeed, Gray. All these new rules that are coming in for the EFL and how it might affect us. Vardy. Plays it out to absolutely nobody there. McAteer he was trying to get it to McAteer, but now Forest can break. Leicester having a bit of possession there. So yeah, look forward to that on Wednesday. It's an extra show. He does know his football stuff, Brighton fan. Steve, hello there, mate. How you doing? I don't know what I can't speak Egyptian, otherwise I'd have welcomed you in Egyptian. But welcome along, sir. You're probably having as nice weather as we are here. 12 minutes gone, 0-0. That's something we haven't managed to say often this season. Yeah, because they've changed all the rules, the EFL, and it will affect us, obviously, going down. I think we've still got a transfer embargo. But he's a good friend of the channel, Kieran. Like I say, Brighton supporter. Almost Gray, almost. So we are, so looking forward to that on Wednesday. I just ask the questions, he answers them. It doesn't. I don't understand it. Oh, indeedy, with the ball up, very much an up and over, and it's going to go out as well. 39 degrees. Woo, woo, woo. I have to say, in 2.5 weeks, 19, 18 days, I am off to Lanzarote again. Yes, it's horrible, isn't it, Gray? Who'd want to be in warm weather like that? Indeed, he getting himself involved. Back to phase forward. Vardy with the header. Ayew from McAteer. Good play by Leicester at the moment. Chasing McAteer now on this side. Milekovic takes the ball off him and puts it out. Oh, I will. I'm guessing that on the 30th of May. I'm guessing that all the games are over by then. Yeah, 25th of May. So I go after the Bournemouth game. Anyway, back to the game. Luke Thomas with his long throw. Doesn't quite get it, but Leicester still have the ball. Ayew now on this side. McAteer overlaps. El Canouse plays it into the middle of the pitch. Justin with all the time in the world. Plays it out to the far side. Cody. Justin into the box. I have to say, Leicester, pretty decent start. First 15 minutes gone, and Luke Thomas with another long throw. Elkins! Oh! Yeah! Cody! Elkins with the shot! Cody gets the goal! 1-0 Leicester! 15 minutes, 35 seconds! 1-0 to City! Cody from El Canouse! Oh, El Canouse, he forced a save out of Sells. Let's have a look at it. It all came from long throw. He puts his... Oh, it was a good start. Yeah, he couldn't get it. And there was Cody. Who had Cody down for the first goal? What? Whoa! I mean, we'll probably we could lose this 5-0, something like that. I don't know. Well, 5-1 now. Leicester City have gone ahead.
Go! Back of the net.
Yes, there you go. 16 minutes it's timed at. Connor Cody. Whoa. 1-0 to Leicester. Can you believe it? Just updating the score to go across the bottom. Oh, they're checking VAR. Are checking it. Guys, milk it in. It has been. It's been allowed. I don't care what you say. It wasn't offside. I will start now. Look, it is. Right, if you just joined us, you're not imagining it. You're not seeing things. It is Nottingham Forest 0, Leicester City 1. Now, Ayew from a skip win back. Jamie Vardy to skip. Oh, Skip gave it away then, but it was another good move by Leicester. Leicester got the bit between the teeth now. Come on. Whoa. And we could pinch me. Pinch me. And your son's a Forest fan, Jeff. You tell him. You tell him. Where is he? Where is he? It was. Just catching up with your comments there. I think, oh my God, I think that's the one that sums everything up. Welcome, Jeff. You'll be welcome. If you get down to the south coast, I'll get you a drink. AU, yeah. I've said this next season. AU stay, Dakova Reed go. When he's not stuck out on the wing, it actually plays really, really well. But Forest coming back now. It's a long crossover. It's on the far side now with Forest. And Gibbs White puts it up with the space station. Literally, can I just say, 35 seconds after I actually said Leicester have had a good start, we go 1-0 up. I think he will be. Like I say, gets the ball, holds it up, wins free kicks. That's what they told us he was good at when we got him from Palace. They said he'll earn you free kicks, he'll hold the game up. And I have to say that this isn't the highlight of the show now. Hey! Man United 0, West Ham 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0, Crystal Palace 0, and Nottingham Forest 0, Leicester City 1. I'm going to see how many times I can get that into the conversation before we actually go down and the score changes. So, again, getting the ball in. Faze boots it out anywhere. Well done, Val. Even Val, look, I'm even saying well done, Val. That's how it's getting to me. Just saying on the commentary that Forest have been pretty good against relegated teams. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Oh, Cody now doing the work at the other end. Cody, good defending. Stuck with his player well there. Come on, Leicester. We've just got to hold on to this lead. We haven't got to let Forest, hold on to it as long as we can. Wayne, wasn't it 4-0 Forest you went? Leicester winning the ball back again. Leicester are very much in this game. I've lost the predictions. Here we go. Oh, that was the old one. I can't even remember what score you went for, Wayne. Here we go. Indeed, we want 2. 3-1. Yes, indeed. Fair play, Wayne. You did go 3-1 to Leicester. No, in fact, so you went 3-1 to Forest. You went 3-1 to Forest, Wayne. My only worry is because we're playing well now, does that mean that they might think, oh, Roots turned it round? We are, Ronald, but fair play to to Enzo. We do owe him a favour, don't we? He got us back up. Leicester City, they're playing a very, very clever game here. No, you didn't, Jim. Stop siding with Wayne. Skip cuts out the ball, gets it to Ndidi. El Canoes on this side, chips it into the box, into the far side, doesn't get to Ayew though, and now Forest can break. Thomas sticking with his player well there. I think he's giving away a free kick. Thomas, it's just saying to the linesman, excuse me, Mr. Linesman, I do believe you'll find that was a foul on me. The linesman is saying, no, Mr. Thomas, I think you'll find it was the other way round. Or did he say that he'd score the first goal? Ah, you see, Wayne? Doesn't count, though. Doesn't count. I'm actually going to say that when we get to 25 minutes, it will be 1-0 to Leicester. Anyway, so it's a free kick right near the corner flag on this near side for Nottingham Forest. Cross comes in. 1-1. Didn't last long. The free kick comes in. Morgan Gibbs-White is up. Who's picking him up? Let's have a look. Nobody. Unmarked. And it's 1-1. So for a minute we were above Ipswich there. It was bad defending. But we've kind of got to enjoy the first 20-odd minutes when we did really, really well. I've never made anything sound sophisticated. Prashan, of course it was. What was FaZe doing? What was FaZe even thinking of? But we're down whatever happens, but I think at least we... would we have taken 1-1 after half an hour coming up? I think we probably would have done. We've got Michael Dawson talking. God knows why. Well, Leicester, we need to get the Leicester back that we saw in that first 20 minutes. Luke Thomas wins the tussle this time. Gets the throw in, takes it quickly to Skip. Not a particularly brilliant one, but ends up with Cody. We've got a couple of balls on the pitch. Indeed, he goes back to Salarchik. Leicester could be playing themselves into trouble, but they get it to Justin on the right, who can break now. Plays it upfield to Ayu. Justin is going to probably go all the way back to the goalkeeper. No, it's not. He goes back, but then forward again. Indeed, he loses out, and it's a free kick to Nottingham Forest. Bit dramatic there from the Forest players. Referee's having a chat with the linesman, I think. Prashant. Referee just having a word with the players, going to calm things down. It is a derby match, of course. Well said, Prashant. So it's a free kick. Biswood goes in, but it doesn't get to him. Leicester booted upfield. There's obviously nobody there, but it's way, way, way into the Nottingham Forest half on the side. And West Ham have taken the lead against Manchester United. Souček scoring after 26 minutes. Now, I've got that as a 1-1-1. Wayne's got that as a 2-1 to West Ham. So Forest, it's half an hour gone. And it's Nottingham Forest 1, Leicester City 1. That went out. It's a Leicester throw-in just in front of Ruud van Nistelrooy. And the table, as we look at it at the moment, Leicester are back down purely on goal difference, but we're 10 points clear of Southampton as it stands. I think there's only nine points to play for, isn't there? Thomas plays the ball upfield for Vardy to run at. But he goes back to the goalkeeper, and Vardy saves his energy. Forest had definitely come back into this game, but even without the goal. Oh, Faze. Good header out by Faze. It only went to a Forest player, but it was a powerful header. And El Canoes now running with the ball down this left-hand side. I do hope we can keep El Canoes for next season. Gets a throw in. Had really nowhere to go with it, El Canoes. He'd run that far forward. There was no Leicester players up with him. A little bit of fancy work to pick the ball up there. And he'll give the ball, I presume, to Thomas. On this left-hand side. That was a good run by El Canoes. Like I said, had nowhere to go. Thomas to El Canoes. It is forced all the way back, though, from the throw into Salarchik. But I guess we... Thank you, Jeff. That was... Yeah. So we can't, look, like I say, we can't be caught. So let's just enjoy the games for what they are. And at the moment, we are not playing badly. If we played like this against, the likes of Ipswich earlier on in the season, West Ham's, we'd have probably got some wins there. Wayne, you can be banned from the channel, You can be replaced. I don't care. Nobody likes Faze on this channel. Ayu. About phase, the gentleman on the ball plays it forward to Thomas on this near side. Back to phase. What do you mean tuned in? Where have you been? Where have you been, young man? Young man. Wayne. Should have gone to Specsavers. Leicester. Bit of good work there by McAteer. Balancing the ball up on his foot and knee, and he gets a throw-in out of it. Ruud van Nistelrooy there, looking very pensive. He should be happy with this performance. Thank you, Gray. Thank you very much. No, player goes down. No free kick, though. Now there is. In fact, 2 players down. McAteer's rubbing his head. Forest player, not sure what he's doing. Getting ready for a rear entry by the look of it. But McAteer was rubbing his head. Good play. Oh, he was held round his neck. Come on. Oh, yeah, then he was caught. He was actually caught on the head by the leg of the player. And Casey McAteer, very well to go down holding his head. So Forest down this left-hand side now. Cut out there well. Oh, nice play from Leicester. Oh, Ayew. Who needs Messi when you got Jordan Ayew? That's what I say. Just showing the equalizer again. I think it was Skip. I think it was Skip that wasn't marking properly. Jeff. Honestly, what is suddenly this love for phase? There we go. Oh, poor ball by Forest. There you're holding it up for Skip. Skip turning. Gets it back to Justin. I have to say I'm impressed. I know it's 1-1 and we conceded a goal, but 54% possession. No, it's not. Let's have a look at the form guide. Oh, it's a free kick to Leicester! Ha ha ha! Chris Wood! Wood goes down. Leicester get free kick. That's what I like. Right, I'm just trying to get the match stats up. If I go head to head, then that might be better. Forest 58%. Leicester 42%. Forest XG is 0.43. Leicester is 0.44. I don't think we'll be on top probably for the rest of the game. So we'll make a note of that now. Oh no, he pushed Foul Phase there. I think Foul Phase went down, but just waiting for the camera to pan out so we can see what's going on. Ball into the box by Leicester, but it's very easily dealt with. And then a free kick given away against Luke Thomas. who goes, Mr. Referee, I'm not sure you got that one right. Wood goes down. Yeah, I didn't think what I'd said there, really, did I? I wonder if Wood is good at getting up in the morning. That's the question. Now, Forest getting the crowd going. Oh, referee there. Come on, he ran into Skip. It's a yellow card for Skip. Oh, for God's sake. 38 minutes gone and the first yellow card. Oh, did it? Oh, I mean, come on. For God's sake. Might as well be put Woodpewell's drag race out there if there's free kicks for this. Will somebody just put Liars on a timeout, please, Gray? Thank you. No scores, you know the rules. 40 minutes, 1-1. Can we hold on to half time? Gibbs right, but it's over the top. I don't see the point in them putting a player on the floor behind the wall. Because let's be honest with you, if it does go along the floor, the goalkeeper should get it. And it never does. Look, guys, I know it is 1-1. LCFC's put 1-1. I'm sorry, you don't put any scores in. You know, we know what the score is. We're putting it across the bottom. If you're thick enough to come in and write a score down, you're going to get timed out. Thank you, Gray. What does it say? What does it say there? Liars should have gone to Specsavers. Head tennis at the moment. And an up and under from Elena from as a throw into Leicester. 5 shots for Forest, 2 for Leicester. They've only had the 1 on target though. And 2 for us. Touches in the opposition box, 6 for Forest, 5 for Leicester. Forest playing it around the back. I think the fans are wanting them to get it forward. 41 minutes here. Cross comes in. Paz there, got his header. Anderson, I don't know what that happened. It somehow managed to go to another Forest player. Still in the Leicester box. Oh, it's cleared and booted away. A couple of minutes stoppage time, I think, to go on. Forest have it back just inside the Leicester half. Out to the far side. Nobody's cutting him down, Dominguez. Plays it out. Plays it back into the box. Oh, what a save! The Forest player there. Great save by Salarchik, though. I've got to say, well, fair play. Fair play there to Salarchik. It was a great save. Should have been 2-1, you could argue, because the free kick did go wide. I'm sorry, the header maybe should have gone in, but it wasn't. Well, I'm going to be owing in a minute. Ball goes up. It's too far high and out of place for Vardy, who just acknowledges it. But that could easily have been 2-1 there. Oh. Williams away there, but he took Justin down. Free kick against Justin, so Leicester get a free kick. Coming up to the 45th minute. 2 minutes. Two minutes of injury time. We've not had injury time for a while. Welcome back, injury time. Oh, Chris Sutton, stop talking fucking... Our only threat is the long throw. He's got it in for Leicester as Chris Sutton. What the hell, Sky? You're dragging the barrel. Oh, corner surely for Leicester. The Forest fans are saying that it was a foul throw. Hasn't got a lot of room there, in fairness. Nottingham Forest fans are not happy with the referee, saying he might not have an idea about how to referee the game of football. Comes in, Ayer's corner. And Vardy came for it, but he went wide. That should be the last moments of this half. Good God, Chris Sutton saying something nice about Jamie Vardy. What's up with him? And there it is. It's half time. We'll be back. I will be back. They will be back. We will be back. I'm just going to go and water the plants. 1-1. We'll take that at half time, won't we? Take it if it's like this at full time. As good as we can hope for. Here we go, guys. Take care. And do not go away. Do not touch that dial. We'll be back with the half time analysis. the half times in all the games today. Earlier on, Newcastle United beat Chelsea 2-0. It's Manchester United 0, West Ham United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0, Crystal Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 1, Leicester City 1. Tom, welcome back, mate. We'll take that, won't we?
Yeah, it was a lot better, wasn't it, mate? It was nice to be starting on our toes again. There's far too many games this year we've been on our heels, so it was nice to see we're on our toes. I like the spread of the play to McAteer we saw early on. We've been lacking that this season massively. Like I've said it in the last week, there was so many times this season we've not spread a ball well. And we completely missed a chance at a transitional play. And that was a transitional play. So that was better. So, yeah, I really enjoyed that. Cody scored a good goal. And if you think from Forest's perspective, mate, they're absolute trees at the back. They shouldn't be conceding goals from set pieces like that. That's really against their motto. So I was quite impressed with us doing that as well.
Can I just say, I don't know if I've got it on here, and I may not have, but I think I have. If I just hide that comment for a second, I mean, I don't want to sort of tempt fate at all, because it's not like me to tempt fate.
Curse of the commentator, Chris.
Yes. Can we do that?
I don't think we need to, mate. I think we're competitive.
Oh, no. I went 1-1 in the prediction league. I
got you.
Match. Yeah.
Your channel, your rules.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just it. The game's over, guys. Let's go see you tomorrow night for the post-match. Look, I mean, I've said here, in the first 4 minutes, we could have been 2-0 down. Chris Woods twice was left open and available, nobody picking him up. But then after that, and I put here at 15 minutes, City, good start, and then 15:35, Cody.
Yeah, remarkable, wasn't it? You're right about that, but then that is to be expected at the start, Chris. And I mean, sometimes you got to get a bit lucky to get past that first wave because they're at home and they're after the 3 points for their European football. So I think we got away with it a bit, but I like the way we readjusted. Like I say, you go back to the start of Rude's tenure, we wouldn't have readjusted. We'd have just fallen back and we would have been 2 or 3 down by now. So yeah, it's better. I mean, I know we'll get to the Forest goal probably in a minute, but there was a little bit there I want to talk about with the defending. But that's probably me being a bit picky. Perhaps our standards have lowered a bit though because we had such a bad season. But yeah, no, it is a small step forward.
Wayne is going to the limits with this show, I'll tell you. Can I just say, of course it's about me. What else would it be about? It certainly wouldn't be about, it certainly wouldn't be about your prediction league. No, not your prediction league, your fantasy league. I thought it was Vardy that had scored, but it was Cody. Literally then on 21 minutes, Cody, who so far has been my man of the match, to be honest with you, did some good defending, but then 25 minutes, 4 minutes after I've written that down, Morgan Gibbs right from the free kick 1-1.
Yeah, and the problem is I actually put this one on Connor Cody, unfortunately. I kind of think he balanced himself out with that because we were zonal marking, Chris, and I actually think zonal marking against Nottingham Forest is probably pretty daft because they know they are a set-piece team. They've got tree trunks as centre-backs who will come forward and try and score a goal, and that's how they do business. Against smaller teams, I don't mind zonal marking because you're not going to have much of an aerial threat to deal with anyway, so you might as well mark a zone. But I think against Forest, you could tell we were zonal. Cody got caught. He was looking at the ball coming in. If he was looking right, he would have seen the run coming in from Gibbs White, and he was the man that was extra. So that's the only downside for me in this, is a little bit more tactical nuance. And I've said this for weeks. Set pieces are going to be very crucial to us going forward in the Championship because it's that sort of league, and we've been awful at them. We really have.
Prashant says, actually, I'm pretty sure it was all Rudkin's fault. He said this
I saw that.
Yeah, he ran in, popped up to head the ball in for an own goal. I actually think it was a little bit of skip as well.
Yes, possibly, but that's the point of zonal marking, Chris, isn't it? Whose fault was it?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we know we don't like zonal marking because that's what we did under Rodgers towards the end. We had a cycle, and it just never worked.
No, we always got caught short, didn't we? And to be fair to Forest, they're very good at corners. They put the ball in exactly the right dangerous place where the goalkeeper couldn't come for it, and we didn't deal with it. So I wish we were a bit more prepared for that. We might need a new set piece coach, but we have been down this route before.
Yeah. Way says spot on with zonal. Tom Brenda played zonal. I thought, clear. Me and Wayne are agreeing.
I don't mind it against small teams that've got no physical presence because it's not matter, but against a big team, you've got the man mark for me.
Yeah. 20 half an hour. XG Forest 0.43, Leicester 0.44. We'll take that, won't we?
Is that the first time this season that's happened? It must be up there. My word.
I've written it down and I've highlighted it as well, because that isn't the highlight of the show. Cody's goal was. I've got to say, because it's a bit of an earlier kickoff, do you think Wood has any problem getting up in the morning?
I think he does a little bit, doesn't he? He seems a little bit like that one with FaZe where he bundled him over. He went over my head, did it? I'm sorry. Explain, Chris. Explain your joke and ruin the situation. Oh, for goodness sake, of course. Yeah. Sorry, mate, I'm getting old. I don't get that nowadays. My apologies, everyone. That's why I didn't get the reference.
The good old days, eh? The good old days.
I remember those days. They were active.
Yeah. Look, Wood's having an off game, and long may it continue. And I've got here on 34 minutes. I've actually written down here, who needs Messi when you got Ayew?
Well, I tell you what, it's funny, isn't it? Because I think Ayew's one of those where he's been moved around a bit, hasn't he? And if you actually play him in one set position, and attacking midfield suits him because he's very good with his feet. Like you were saying earlier on about the Crystal Palace fans saying he'll win you a free kick. Very important important part of the game to win the ball high up the pitch nowadays and take a pressure off the press and take the pressure off the game. He is good at that. So we need to stick him there if this is going to be what he's going to be and stop moving him around because it's causing a bit of discourse among the fan base of how good he is. So better, I agree, Chris. But we've also got to support him and make sure we're pushing up to make sure he's not in trouble. And we've seen more of that today.
We have. I mean, look, the whole performance. Look, we're down. It doesn't matter.
It's freedom.
But it is a local derby. You know what we want to see, even if we lose 4 or 5-1. What we want to see is Leicester City having a go because it is the derby game, and I think we've seen that.
Exactly. I think we're still in this game. I mean, while it's 1-1, I think Forest can score a goal, but I think we've shown we can as well. Luke Thomas's long throws are causing problems today, which is surprising me because, like I said, we haven't got a lot of height up there, but he's finding the right people. And I'll give Cody credit for getting up there because that is what our centre-backs need to be doing on these set pieces.
Yeah. Touches in the opposition box in the first half. Nottingham Forest 10, Leicester City 7.
Which is not bad at all either. And I look at us as a team against Forest away from home. We don't really need too many shots in the box. We need to be on the counter-attack and playing El Khanusin to have a shot, or Vardy.
And he's not had a bad game either, has he? We have got it down the wings, haven't we? We have been forward.
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, I think this is why there's a lot of clubs interested in El Khanusin as well, because ultimately he's had a lot of touches this season. I would argue he's still a work in progress like all of us would, but I think that's why clubs are interested in him because he does get himself about and he does get involved, and he has done that this year, even to his detriment at times because the team's been awful around him.
Can I just bring you down to earth with a bit of a bump? The XG at half-time, Leicester 0.46, Forest 0.89.
So it's looking very likely he could have done 2-1 then.
Yes. Hang on, what's this say? Are you shooting bricks about Forest scoring? Maybe not.
I'm not worried. Not worried at all, mate. I think we're in this game, to be honest. I think if they do score, I still think we've got an opportunity on the counter if we just stay on our toes a bit here. Yeah,
I mean, like I say, I said earlier in the show, I don't know if you heard me say it or not, but had we played like this against like the likes of, say, Everton, West Ham, Palace, Wolves when we played them the first time, Fulham, we might have actually got some wins or some draws.
Yeah, that's a bit of a frustration, is how we look a lot more freer mentally as a football club now, whereas if we were freer earlier in the season from this sort of concern of relegation and just had to go more. Because there's times earlier in the season, Chris, I was thinking about performances during this game. I would say one of our best performances has probably been the 2-2 at Brighton. Not actually the wins we've had. The win against West Ham, we actually weren't very good. The win against Tottenham, we actually weren't very good, but those teams weren't any better. It was more of a default victory, if you see what I mean. So to see it heading in this direction is better. Let me ask you a difficult question quickly, Chris. If we end up on a run now and we get a few more points towards the end of the season and start winning games, would you stick with Rude?
I knew you were going to ask me that because I actually said earlier in the watch-along, I hope that if we have a good run and start playing well, that we don't keep Rude. No, I think we've seen why the hell didn't he do this before? Yeah. You know, when any manager that goes as many games as he did without winning, playing the same team, the same tactics, the same formation, does not deserve to be a manager any higher than the conference.
I would also say it's more luck than judgment by throwing poo at a wall and seeing what sticks and how the teams eventually ended up in this shape with these players. I mean, because Cody actually has probably been a really good, replacement coming back into defence. And you've mentioned Wout Faes this half as well. Let's bring this up. Don't forget, guys, he's putting himself in the window, so he's playing a bit better.
Yes, I mean, he hasn't played badly.
No, not at all. He's been fine. He's been average, hasn't he?
Yeah, you can't say there was anything to do with the goal. No. Can I just say that? Can I just read the table out to you? Because you've got Southampton in 20th, Leicester in 19th, 18th is Ipswich, 17th is Tottenham Hotspur, 16th is Manchester United, 15th is West Ham, and yet you've got the 16th versus 17th playing in the Europa League final. Wow. Look, I'm going to let you go because the players are coming out, mate. I'll see you at full time. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure. See you then, mate. Enjoy it, guys. Let's get this win. Come on.
Come on, exactly. Accrington Stanley. But look, that was half time. Half time has gone. We're about to start the second half. Forest in the red tops, white shorts, red socks. Leicester in all blue. Does anybody miss the days of blue and white? There was white shorts. I prefer the all blue, if I'm honest with you. But I agree with you there, Paul. I've left it up a while because I agree with you. I want to see, as I did want to come to it earlier. Anyway, Leicester about to kick off. As Micah Richards says, maybe if we played like this before, we wouldn't be where we are and we could end up kicking ourselves. You do? I didn't ask you to marry me, Gray. I don't know what you're saying I do too, but here we go, second half. Forest did come back into it very strong. No changes at half time. Forest in 7th at the moment, which is basically where they were before kickoff. I've got a big spot there, which is annoying me. So Forest kicking from right to left. Leicester now kicking from, obviously, left to right. As I always say, it would be one-way traffic. Oh, blue and white. Blue and white, sorry. I like them. I mean, I think that we definitely need... James Justin has just got a yellow card. Don't know what that was for. I missed that. Or did he get the yellow card earlier? Oh, did I have it down to skip? Or was it Justin? I don't know. I'm very, very confused. Yeah, no, it was Justin. It was Justin who got the yellow card. Don't know. Can't help you. I like the white trim. It has to be white trim. But I do like the all blue. Offside. Jamie Vardy. How many times have we said that this season? Forest come forward, ball into the box, doesn't quite make it because it's defended by Leicester. Oh, but then skipped. Oh, skip. Tried to kick the ball across the field. It hit a Forest player and broke for Morgan Skip's right. And it's a throw into Forest on the far side. Phase out. It goes back to Alanga. Oh, Woods! claiming a foul there, but oh, Dominguez. Wood went for it first, but he didn't quite. Well, he was quite away from it. Oh, now Forest. Now, yeah, Forest are starting to get it. Starting to play some nice football, but then it's booted out by Leicester. We can't get it away at the moment, Leicester. Unfortunately, as I look at this now, I'm kind of thinking, when, not if. It's a corner, indeedy. No, there's a goal kick. Forest fan saying, excuse me, I think you've got that one wrong as well. But in shorter words, 4 letters. Yeah, we've been blue and white since then, Ronald. We have been blue and we have had white shorts since Brian Little. Oh, nice move from Leicester. And if it gets a free kick, yes. Honestly, El Canoes, he's going to be a loss. There's no doubt about it. But then again, you've got Alves and possibly Braybrook. One attacking, one defensive midfielder. Ayew and El Canoes standing over the ball. It's quite a way out. So Cody's up there again. Maybe fancies his chances of a double. Bit too far for Cody, but Leicester still managed to keep hold of it. Thomas now. Ball crosses in. It's a lock. Oh, had to be punched clear. Comes to Justin. Goes in. Oh, booted away by Forest. But now Forest are on the break. Gibbs White on the far side. El Canoes tried to close him down. Stumble there by a Forest player, but they still got it on the far side. Now it played into the box. Williams did keep it alive for Forest right on the corner flag. Forest now in the Leicester box. Wood took too long and decided to shoot. And now can Leicester break? Now the ball was played forward and Vardy unfortunately went the other way to where the ball went. Alanga, oh! No! Oh my good God! Oh, the cross came in. Dominguez header. Oh, Stolachik in the way. I mean, it was straight at him, but it needed to be saved. Seven minutes into this second half, and I'll tell you something, that's Dominguez. 2 chances he's had there. But Leicester at the moment get the throw in. We got away with that one, guys. Leicester need to get their foot on the ball again. Just get into this game. Like in the first half. Palace have gone 2-0 up at Spurs. What did I go for in that game? I went 2-1. So the two European finalists at the moment are both losing. Forest now down that far side again. Cross the ball in. It's a corner. Good defending though. Luke Thomas there. Gets the high five from Wout Faes and Solarczyk. Thomas, I tell you what, if there was an award for the most improved player this season, I am giving it to Luke Thomas. It's a corner for Forest. 54 minutes gone. Wood gets his head on the corner, but it falls easily for Solarczyk just to trot over and pick it up. So Liverpool have arrived at Arsenal. Liverpool have arrived to play Arsenal. Skip played into trouble. Played into trouble there by Solarczyk, but managed to turn. But it's Forest who have it and are coming back at us. They will get a guard of honour, Liverpool. Wood's got it. 55, it was coming. And it was coming, I have to say. We seem to have started better now and playing worse. And I tend to say that all started from Solarczyk's bad clearance. So Forest now, I guess in fairness, yeah. Good header in fairness. Could be 3. Coming again now, Forest. Thomas. No, Skip, sorry. Indeedy. Good ball forward here. McAteer trying to do his best. He kept it in well, did McAteer. Now he gets a free kick. Thomas. I think Thomas is saying, excuse me, Mr. Referee, but what about the foul earlier up the pitch when you were having a wank and not looking and Justin was down? So Luke Thomas has got his yellow card, his second of the season. Free kick. The level of noise has gone up from the home fans here. Oh, Faze again gets his head behind it. Yeah, Vardy was free. He certainly did take one for the team there. That would have Vardy had been through. Who knows? Vardy could have possibly been away. Some substitutions for Leicester. Benotti is coming on for Ayew, and Sumare is coming on for Skip. What do you think about that, guys? Benotti didn't play very well against Southampton, apparently, but we do know what he is capable of. Benotti missed, and he's not been included, but it was the game before. It's nothing to do with concussion. Sumare coming on for Skip. I know, exactly, Gray. Well, I'd say also, I think Ayew's had a very good game. It is, Steve. It is like for like, but did they deserve to go off, do you think? I suppose it's fresh legs. That's not sure what that is, to be honest with you. To throw into Forest down near the corner flag. West Ham have now gone 2-0 up. Bowen, after 57 minutes. So, my 1-1 for that game looks out the window, doesn't it? Goal kick to Leicester. Alanga can't keep it in. So I'm not doing very good in the old prediction league this week. Said that, nobody, Brad, Wayne, or myself are having a very good week in the prediction league. Unless Leicester can get a second goal here. Throw into Nottingham Forest on the far side, just inside their own half. Remember, Forest are kicking from right to left. I have to say it is now all Forest. And this could be a third. Oh, Faze is there again. Vardy, it's very deep. That's enough. That's an up and under there. Looking at the table as it stands now, then Leicester City 21. We've dropped a point behind Ipswich. 9 points above Southampton, of course, and we have got Nottingham Forest up into 5th. They've leapfrogged Chelsea. Manchester City failed to take advantage of Arsenal not playing till today. Of course, could only draw with Southampton. How the hell did that happen? What the hell just happened? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Steve, I wish you would. Wish you would. Jeff, I tell you what, I'll be glad to start predicting the championship again. But yeah, this half has been all Forest. Throw it to Leicester. Justin on this side. Nearly took it quickly, but now there's no players available. Brunetti tries to make himself available. Alcanus does, and then he's fouled. Give Monga longer. I mean, we brought Sumari on. Oh, hang on. Alcanus. Oh! We're not a header there. It was an effort. I mean, I also think, yeah, 16 to 10, Toffees in opposition box now, 12 shots to 5, 60-40% possession. Ooh. Faz, again, good defending. This carries on a map to give Wout Faze my man of the match. Anderson trying to get past Brunetti, can't plays it back. Yeah, the goal kick to Leicester. This is definitely a game of two halves. This half, it has all been Forest. Leicester not good enough to play through Nottingham Forest, Chris Dutton. Now, I've got to say, kind of agreed it. Jim, if you didn't record it, there's no proof I said it. Oh. Sumare with a cross there. And it's a yellow card for Forest there. I think that goes back to McAteer being taken out earlier in the move. Yes. So it's a fourth yellow card for Onana. I'm denying I said it. Gray and Jim, denying I said it. Corner comes in. Hayes really, honestly, nearly. Hayes nearly scored. What else could happen in this game? Ends up going back to Stolarczyk. Forest are asking for a foul. Don't get it. Nah. Forest come forward. Oh, goal kick. A really poor cross there. So, who would you say? Oh, Steve. Ching. El Canoes. Oh, Brunette kind of got it. Oh, Brunette now! Vardy! Oh, no! Oh, my God. Oh, I thought Vardy was in there. And he put McAteer in, but it was a little bit too hard for him. That should have been... And I can see what Vardy's doing there. That would have been goal number 200. Hey! Goalkeeper falls over, taking the goal kick there. Oh, Brunette, neat turn. Oh, he's taken out there. That's going to be a yellow card, surely, for Anderson. Yes, it is. So a third yellow card. Lorato after 60 minutes, Alana 69, Anderson 73. All yellow cards. Thomas and Justin were the ones for Leicester. Oh, it didn't fall very nicely for Leicester there. And Forest can break down the far side. Stolarczyk well out of his goal, but he kicks it out. It's for a throw-in way back in their half. Substitute here for Tottenham, for Forest. Yates is going to come on. Dominguez has missed a couple of what I would call chances. 10cc, you've lost me, Gray. So Dominguez is off. Ryan Yates is on. Yeah, we were a different team to the first half. The first half performance was better for me. Just to update you, Newcastle 2, Chelsea 0 was the early kickoff. Manchester United 0, West Ham 2, 75 minutes gone there. Tottenham 0, Crystal Palace 2, 72 minutes gone there. 74 minutes gone here. And it's Nottingham Forest 2, Leicester City 1. So 2 substitutes for Leicester. Skip off for Samare, Ayew off for Brunetti. And Dominguez has gone off for Yates for Nottingham Forest as Leicester have the ball. Breaking now. Oh, Luke Thomas couldn't get it through. But it's come back to Buonanotte again. Samari. Justin. El Canoes on this near side. Can he weave a little bit of Moroccan magic? Oh, it's in, but it's up in the air in the box. Oh. That was a scare there. Buckethead tried to take advantage there. Monga is coming on. 2 substitutes here at 76 minutes. Christensen is on for Thomas, who's passing messages on, and McAteer is off for Monga. So Monga has got about 14 minutes. Does seem funny to see Monga with no sponsor on his shirt. This is all good because even if he does go on Monga to leave for Man City, we should get more money because we've been playing him. We hadn't played him at all. Yeah, Sutton surprised at McAteer going off. I'm surprised at Thomas as well. I think Thomas had a very good game. O'Canoes on this near side. Back to Justin. Plays it to Cody. Doesn't let it go back to Stelarczyk. Got face to his left. Face to the left of him. Face to the right of him. Stuck in the middle with you. Boom. Like for like. Yeah, I'd like to see Edwards on. But look, do you take Vardy off or do you leave Vardy on? To try and get his 200th goal. Do you remember Graham Taylor was England manager And I think Gary Lineker was 1 goal off equaling. Yellow card for Brunetti. Yeah, but sorry, I was going to say Gary Lineker did 1 goal to equalise Bobby Charlton's record for England. And who took him off? Graham Taylor. Put on, I think it was Alan Smith, to be honest with you. And Lineker missed out. Steve, no. Gibbs White has a shot. I think Gray, Steve is being a little bit tongue in cheek. Let's face it, it's Ruud van Nistelrooy. He could actually put Christensen doing well there. He could actually put Danny Ward up front. This is Ruud van Nistelrooy. Thing is, Wayne, he got 15 minutes, which is more than he's been getting. Brunetti now. Yes! Brunetti! 2-2! 80 minutes! Brunetti! Oh, Forest fan looking pissed off there. Took that so well.
Go! Back of the net.
2-2. Whoa. We haven't celebrated like this for ages. I think I've just woke my neighbour up, by the way. Forest are going to make a substitution. Forest now. Can we hold on? That, of course, is the question. The goal kick and a substitution. I mean, Vardy was kind of like taking defenders away. Let me just catch up with your comments here. Well. I get another point in the prediction league. Even Jim, don't get too excited, Jim. Remember your heart. We are fighting now. Get the winner. We love you, Leicester. We do. I know, don't know. The Argentinian owner doing a little bit of that, or Greek owner, whatever he is for Forest. I know. Who could question Ruud van Nistelrooy and his substitutes? I know, Ronald. I know. It did me as well. Oh, we all love a Desmond. Now, Leicester coming forward. Can we actually go on and win this? Christensen. Twisting and turning. And he gets a corner to Leicester. In front of the Leicester fans there. Leicester fans in that far corner of the ground. A lot of Leicester fans there. Fair play to them. Come on, could Vardy get the winner? Can Vardy get the winner? Make it 3-2. Oh, the Forest fans are looking worried now. Corner comes in. It's a high one. And it's a free kick to Forest after all that. Excitement over. About phase running back. Five minutes plus stoppage. Booted upfield by whoever it was. It would just do anywhere. Vardy's chasing. Oh! Monga. Monga gets a foul. Free kick to Leicester on this near side, midway in the Forest half. Of course, kicking it up towards the Leicester fans in that away end. Justin and Yates into one, but Justin's now gone up. I think he's been watched by Wood, actually. Free kick comes in from El Canoes. Oh, it's going all over the Leicester players, and Forest were able to boot it clear. Could they break here? Misses it anyway. Well, we can take them, but look, 40 of you in, 43 of you in. How many likes have we got? Please smash that likes, guys. It's free. It doesn't affect you at all. Please do like, because it does help the channel so much. It costs nothing. All it does for you is it sticks it somewhere on your computer. It doesn't affect you at all. This will add time on. This is probably better for Forest than it is for female linesman having a word. Oh my God, Stolarczyk. I say he's looking down on her, and I don't mean that horribly, but he is. 26 likes, guys, come on. 40 of you in, 26 likes. It's embarrassing. No, I don't. You can become a member for $1.99. I'm not asking much for that, but I don't push that much. All I'm asking for are likes, which are free. Yeah, this is probably going to be better for. Thank you, Gray. So, they're talking about it here, and this is, if it's broken the game up. If anything, I'd say that it's actually helped Forest because Leicester are in the ascendancy. I think the Forest player is okay. It was probably worse. Did he collide? I think possibly collided with the post. Silver's coming on for Forest. He's on his feet, the Nottingham Forest. I hope he's all right, obviously. I think he looked like he possibly collided with the post. I'm not sure. Some Forest fans behind that goal looking a little bit concerned. Now he's sat down again. He is really, really struggling, but he is off the pitch, so the game should carry on. Anderson off, Silverson on for Forest. Waiting to see how I'm guessing about 6 minutes of stoppage time. So 8 minutes of stoppage time. So 8 minutes of stoppage time. The way this game's gone, it could go any way. Free kick to Leicester, surely? No. An up and under clearance from Stolarczyk. Now, Forest were breaking. They are going to be desperate for the 3 points here. They struck it, but Samari got his foot in the way of it. He goes out for a throw-in. They are down to 10 men at the moment, Forest. And he comes back on now, but my God, he doesn't. He looks very, very. What's the word I'm looking for? Doesn't look comfy. Doesn't look comfy at all. Looks very, very dodgy. Sure, he's just going to get back into the swing of things. It's a corner to Forest. Told you this was going to work better for Forest. Liverpool Arsenal coming up, obviously, 4:30, that kickoff. So 92 minutes. He's a sub. Elkanous is off, and he's been replaced by Akoli. I think he's delaying the departure. Will be added on, but of course delayed it because of course they're about to take a corner. Oh, it's over everybody, including Ndidi, but it's still with Forest in the Leicester box. Ndidi gets his in the way of the cross, and it's out for another corner on the other side. All right, so Anderson's got to the injured Forest player has to stay on. As there's no subs left. Cross comes on. Stolarczyk goes up and collects it and falls onto it. Well done. Well done, Jakob. Halfway through the stoppage time. Forest fans are going absolutely balmy because they're taking his time. See what? It's going to be nice to talk about this Monday night. Oh, good stoppage there, but I don't think Justin knew exactly what was going on. Monga turns with the ball. Good movement from him. Samare to Ndidi. Playing 1-2, Ndidi with Justin. Then Justin plays it back to Akoli, who's just come on, of course. Adding a little bit more defensive structure. Monga, number 93, running at the defence. Comes on the inside. Chips his foot! Oh! It was worth an effort from Monga. Worth an effort. That, I would say, was a Fato-esque attempt. He tried to do what Fatawu does, which is curl it into the top corner. Fair play to him. Now then, Man United. Leicester City having to defend again from Nottingham Forest. I see red and I think Manchester United. No. They've only made 3 subs. I don't know why they can't make more subs. Oh, no! Oh. Vardy on the far side. Come on, mate. Come on. Amonga! Oh! Oh, my good God! I thought Vardy was going to have a shot then. That's Vardy, in fairness. Yeah, he wants 200 goals, but he's actually... He gave an attempt there to Monga. Monga, 2 attempts there. And he's not been on that long, obviously. We're into the last couple of minutes now. There'll probably be a little bit of extra time for El Canoes going off. Sumare plays 1-2 in a kind of Justin. Leicester lands now cheering. Brunette left-footed into the box. Allardy! Oh, Christensen, sorry. There's been more happening in this last. Oh, it was so close. That was like Gascoigne. In the England game when he didn't quite get his foot on it. Oh, that was a referee! That was a foul referee. Come on. Ain't a slip. I mean, that was a God. Oh, they can't feed it through to Vardy or Christensen, who are both clear. Samare coming forward now. Oh, Brunette gives a back pass and nobody's there. There it is. It's all over. It's all over. It's 2-2. Full time. I get a point. I get a point. It's 2-2. Oh, my God. Oh. Right, we'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to go and point Percy. And I'll see you in a few minutes. 2-2 full time. And a great performance from Leicester. We'll be back with the post-match reaction. Well, as Anthony McPartland once said, you weren't expecting that, were you? No, you weren't expecting that. Where's that performance been all season? Lost it a bit in the start of the second half, but wow. If that performance had been under Rood earlier in the season, who knows? Results today, early kickoff, Newcastle 2, Chelsea 0. The 2:15 kickoffs, Manchester United 0, West Ham United 2, Nottingham Forest 2, Leicester City 2, Tottenham 0, Crystal Palace 2. Kicking off at 4:30, of course, it is Liverpool versus Arsenal. Down at the bottom, Southampton in 20th with 12 points, Leicester in 22nd with 19th place with 22 points. We've actually got 2 draws and a win in the last 6 games. Ipswich Town in 18th on 22, but then it is a big jump, but Tottenham Hotspur in 17th on 38, Man United in 16th on 39. What a shame that neither of those can get relegated. Right, I've got to say the prediction league ended up a lot better after today's results. But 1-1, it could have been so much better, though. Chris Woods, always going to score, wasn't he? Let's get the guys in. I can't remember who's coming in. I've got no Wayne at the moment. I've got Brad. Brad's here yet. Okay, let me add all these people in. Wayne appears, and let me. I think that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. Right, let me try this. I might just have to have a play about. If somebody can just wait, because I wasn't expecting. I don't think I've had expecting this many in. Who are we missing? Wayne.
I think you scared him off.
So we're not missing much, Chris. Just keep as it is. It's all right.
There's a voice in the background, Chris.
I can hear you. Right, Tom. What a game! I'll just try and bring Wayne in. What a game!
Yeah, it was. It was a bit phasey, wasn't it? It was 1 minute. It was Forest were utterly dominating us for about half an hour, 40 minutes. But then we had a couple of spells at the start and at the end there. And the thing I keep going back to, Chris, is the energy was a lot better at the end there. And if we'd showed half that amount of drive this season, we probably wouldn't be half the mess we're in. However, saying that, tactically, we are still lacking to play the system. There were so many long balls we played and lost. We've got no big men. And then we try and play it on the ground. We give the ball away and they get in, right? Like with Stolarczyk. So I think we're still in a position where we do need a mass rebuild because we haven't got enough options to play either of these systems. What we saw today was a better effort, of course. But I still think we need to make some massive, massive changes going forward.
I mean, this is no way. This is sort of papering over the cracks, isn't it? And Brad, I mean, they actually, to say that it was a local derby, they actually did play it like it meant something to them.
Yeah, it did, because it meant something to Forest, because results elsewhere meant they could keep going for Champions League football. Champions League football, you're having a laugh. Oh, that was brilliant. I love that. But we obviously had something to play for, in the sense that you want to try and get as much confidence going to next forward, regardless of who's going to be here or what. You want to naturally, as a club, have confidence, which amazingly these last 4 or 5 games we've managed to do that. And you want to stop them, don't you, Chris? I mean, they might go on and get Champions League football in these last 2 games, but if they don't and they miss out by a point or 2, we'll be smug going down the road to the Championship going, you couldn't even beat Leicester, you don't deserve it. So yeah, it was a really good game, Chris. Really end to end at some points as well.
Have we got Wayne in now?
No, he's hidden.
Don't see him.
He's still not there. Hang on a second. Wayne, are you there now?
Wayne's in.
Wayne is. Good evening, Wayne. I'll come to Jim first. Sorry, I just wanted to check that I actually had got Wayne in. Jim, it does paper over the cracks, doesn't it? But what could have been?
No, I mean, I agree with what both the guys just said. I mean, that effort that we saw would have paid dividends earlier in the season. We would have seen a couple more wins and some draws easily with that effort. I'm wondering how much can be said for him playing the second starting lineup in a row. Some consistency. I don't know. I mean, they seem to play well from the beginning. Like Tom said, there were stretches that Forest dominated, but I thought all in all, the effort was there and they seemed comfortable playing together. There were guys we were surprised played so well. So no, I think this kind of effort and this kind of play earlier would have paid a big dividends for the club.
It was just nice, was it not, Wayne, just to see us. I mean, in that first half, I thought we were the better team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to take the lead is incredible in the match. I mean, my God, how fantastic is it to take a lead in a match? But then we didn't have any shot for 25 minutes. But the stats for this first half were sort of the XGs with Forest 0.57, we were 0.44. They had 7 shots, but only 2 on target, and we had 2 shots and 2 on target. So you'd say we're well in the game, nice and comfortable against a team that have dropped off a bit, but they won't make Champions League, I don't think, but they're definitely going to be playing in Europe next year. So it's, as you say, and the guys say, it is a case of coulda, woulda, shoulda, what might have happened if he'd have played Monga for another, instead of giving him 15 minutes, giving him 30 minutes. And, if when or not, it's all those coulda, woulda, shouldas. But it shows what we are capable of.
I want to go back, if I can, Tom, and just look back at the first half. I mean, the first 5-6 minutes could have really, we could have been out of it, couldn't we?
Yeah, it could have been like Everton, couldn't it? Where Everton completely punished us early doors and we didn't recover from it. So, we kind of got away with it a bit as well. But you have to ride that sort of pressure from these teams. I mean, the sad reality is within 4 years, Nottingham Forest have completely surpassed us. And that is the sad truth, because they've got an identity and a strategy and a system. And they make it work incredibly well. And we've lost ours, and we've completely fallen into this halfway house of being awful at everything, which is not a good place to be. But yeah, like I say, after that, we found the effort. And it's nice to see that. I don't know if it's coming from Rude on the touchline. I don't know if it's coming from one or two of the players, maybe the McAteers, the Vardys still. But there was that little bit of drive after that little rocking in the first few minutes to go and try and have a go at them, and not just to sit back and just, accept our fate like we might have done at other times in the season and drop our heads. So that is the only real positive I will say, Chris. And that is something we can carry on into next season, as long as we identify who those players are and then we get rid of the other ones.
Yeah. Brad, I'm going to ask you about that first goal. And this is why I wanted to go back into that first half. Connor Cody scoring a goal for Leicester City. I mean, just shows when he's not working for TalkSport what he can do.
I know, right? Imagine you get him out of the Radio Shack and get him on the football pitch. He was like prime Matt Elliott being up front in that moment. But, it was great work and tenacity, Chris, because, I know, like Tom said, they had the chances and could have easily been 2-3-0 up in the first minutes. But when you ride that wave, you have to then release the pressure and do something with it. And for about 5 minutes up until that goal, Forest kind of went, crap. We was hoping one of them would hit the back of the net, and it hasn't. And now Leicester are coming at us, and we didn't, we've been so defensive and so up against it that they didn't really know what to do. And a broken clock and all that, Chris, eventually he's going to strike twice, isn't he? So, fair play to him. He was in the right area to do it. And look, we all know on the context of it where it's all come from. I'm just happy to see, even though at times it was a real big struggle and it was dominated by Forest, a fight for 90 minutes continue. And also, Chris, just quickly before you move on, how have we managed to go from no goals in like 27,000 years or 860 odd minutes to scoring 2-2, 2-0, 2-2? Buses, Chris. Buses with a delay.
I'm not going to do my buses joke again. Yeah, Jim, I mean, that's a fair point, isn't it? I mean, it's something that actually Tom said at half-time, and I'm going to throw it to you now, Wayne. Has Rude done enough for us to turn around and say, yeah, give him the job for next season?
That's to Jim or me? Chris.
Sorry, I said sorry, Matt. Whoever said sorry, Jim. Sorry,
Okay,
Jim.
you can take it. You can take it, Wayne.
No, Jim. No, it was to you. You take it, Jim.
I don't think so. Because I think we have to have a plan, as someone said earlier, and we have to have an identity. And I think exactly what Tom said earlier. I mean, Forest is at a point where they have an identity going forward. I'm not sure he brings that for us. He's resisted to play the players we've been screaming for weeks and months. And I can't just all of a sudden with a string of 2-2-2 say, hey, he's our savior. So I would say no.
Yeah, and let me get the name right this time. Wayne. Look, we knew Chris Wood was going to pop up at some time. We'll come on to that later. Obviously, Wood plays better in the afternoon and in the morning. But I mean, would you give it to? You see, Wayne got it, Tom. Wayne got it. Would you give it to Wood?
Well, not really. No, I mean, to be honest, he's during the press conferences and post match, he's definitely been fishing, and you can see he definitely does want the job. And he's been trying to sort of use clever wordplay to sort of position the club into kind of saying, you know, the club we need to be aligned in thinking. But he has, even today, you know, do I think he will make a good manager in the future? Yes. Was he tested enough in the Eredivisie in the Dutch league? No, I don't think he was. And he's coming to the Premiership, had a few games for Man United, and then he got Leicester, and he wasn't up to it. But I do think in the future he will be. He'll learn a lot from this. But whether he's learnt it quickly enough for this season, for next season, I don't know. And the bottom line is, if he Burnley thumped everybody in the Championship, come to the Premiership, like Southampton, try and play football, it does not work. You will not stay in the Premier. So it's whether he will have learned. He could go into that Championship with that team, and we would probably end up at least in the playoffs, if not automatic promotion. But is he the coach to take us forward into next season? I don't think so, because I don't think he gives the youth enough time, and to play, to give Monga just those few minutes, which he's been doing, like token minutes. When he came, you looked at what Monga, the effect he had on the game, and you're thinking, oh my God, what a player. And he, like they said on the commentary, no 15-year-old has ever scored in the Premiership, and he could have scored the first ever 15-year-old goal in the Premiership.
Yeah,
he's that good. Will not give him the chance.
I think Brad wants to come in. You had your hand up, Brad, or do you want to go toilet?
No, I did. No, I don't need to go toilet. I did have a point. I'm going to do a Christopher on you all here, right? But brace yourself, Chris. Check your heart rate, right? Because I'm actually going to do a devil's advocate moment for you, Chris. I am very much against good players like Lampard, etc., getting manager jobs easy. Now, we've been stuck with it. That's the situation. However, whilst I think if he was to stay in promotion, you'd want to be getting rid of him sharpest unless you saw enough to change it. How have the managers, minus Wayne Rooney, because he's just garbage at anything he does, but how have $9,000 Gucci jacket Scott Parker, how did Vincent Kompany, how has Frank Lampard done in the Championship? Still a division or two higher than where they should be learning their trade, but they've learned, they've done it. I'm just saying, and also, it's not a kebab owner in Nottingham that's got on the pitch. That was their owner.
Makes me feel like I'm an XS rather than an XXXL.
So about our club, he's turned up and I bet he's got a bloody pair of Speedos.
Interesting point, because obviously Frank Lampard's done amazing at Coventry this season. He's got them to the playoffs when we're struggling, having sacked Marsh, whoever it was, Robin, earlier. You know, Parker's done excellent with I can't speak today. Done absolutely brilliant with Burnley this season, and obviously Kompany's, you know, he went off to Germany. and got a good job out of it. Who knows? I mean, Wayne side. Oh God Almighty!
Leicester have ruined you today, mate.
Who has put vodka in this bloody Coke? I tell you, Jim. I meant to say. Did you want to say something to Wayne's point?
No, I'm just wondering what it would be like if we had more of these draws and victories with seeing you as giddy as you are.
Well, I'll tell you what, I just can't control. I mean, look, let's not get out of control. I'm going to say apologies for putting Wayne up so big then. I just had to see what he was wearing on his head. So I thought he'd actually got a hairband on. And I thought, well, he hasn't got enough hair for that. And he's trying to be down and cool with the kids and put his sunglasses on his head. That's what it is.
I'm trying to save you from the glare, Chris, of my head.
That's what it is. That's what it is. We're still, let's take it away, Tom, and be, yes, right, on this one game, we've not done too bad. But we are still 16 points clear of 17th.
Yeah, it's still not good enough, is it? I mean, in some ways, we could get quite triggered as a fan base seeing that amount of effort today, because you think that is, for me, if you're a football manager, you need to be seeing, or even an owner, you need to be seeing that sort of effort from your players all the time. If that's not in your culture, that is a big problem for me. And that's a shame, because like we said in a few weeks previously, if we had that run before, we might be in the position now at that point would be huge in a survival battle. With some games we've got coming up as well. So that is the disappointment from this year. I think with Rude, quickly going back to this is a big thing, right? If we did give him time, I think he might get a bit better, don't get me wrong. But the problem is that time is not your friend in football nowadays. You've got to have a certain degree of getting to a point at a certain time. And he's shown to me he's not able to do that. He doesn't really form an identity for his team. I don't trust him being the guy to bring in the players for next season, because I don't trust him to be able to identify exactly what he needs. And I'll bring that back to the base thing of I don't think we should be zonal marking against Nottingham Forest. I think that's a basic tactical thing that you can fix on the training pitch very quickly.
I made a note here, Brad. You with us, Brad?
Yeah, sorry, I've seen it just go.
No, it's all right. I didn't know you'd gone off to the loo or anything. On 38 minutes, I mean, well, we didn't know who got the yellow card. I'd written down Skip, and that was what they said. And apparently, halfway through the second half, they announced it was Justin. I mean, we might as well be playing RuPaul's Drag Race. I mean, the free kicks that you get, you just you fart next to somebody and they give you a yellow card these days, Brad.
Yeah, you do, and it's just pathetic throughout, Chris, because I don't know what's more baffling. The fact that, like you said, you could fart near someone and they go down holding the face, or the ones that look like blatant cards, and you're sat there going, free kick, yellow card. You find yourself going, what do you mean not a yellow card, not a foul? I mean, late on in that game when we were attacking, Boubacar got absolutely hacked down, and I was like, free kick, yeah, shame we ain't got you, but and I just saw Forest going down the other end, and I thought, what? So a stiff breeze knocks you over, yellow card, free kick, but you actually crunch someone from behind, fair challenge, play on it.
I didn't know whether you were going to mention the that was the same incident as Thomas, because at the end of one, Thomas got booked. And he was kind of politely saying, "Excuse me, Mr. Referee, I think you may have missed one further up the field."
Yeah, he did.
He might not have used those words. Jim, let me come to you, because I want to get away from the goalkeeper fraternity at the top there. And I've got to say, Stolarczyk, what a good game he had.
Yeah, very good. And we felt comfortable with him between the pipes the whole time. I mean, with him coming in, I mean, Mads is a great keeper, but with Stolarczyk coming in, we knew we were going to be okay from the start. But no, I thought he was in control. I thought, and we'll talk more, I'm sure, about the guys in front of him played well. I mean, if the guys in front of you are playing well, it makes you even look better as a keeper. But no, I thought I'm looking forward to the rest of this season, next couple matches, and next season with him in goal.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne, it took you, when we did the prediction league, it took you 13 minutes, 15 seconds to mention your fantasy football league. So I'm going to jump straight in here with the prediction league. Brad was extremely disappointed that he had only got 1 point after the first day's play. I've got to say, after the end of the second day's play so far, we're not at the end of it, of course. Brad, you've doubled. You've got 2 points.
Hey, Chris, just be nice, Chris. Be nice.
We know how like you came in early and sort of, we're in the end for me, Wayne. All I'll say, Wayne, is that you've not done any worse than Brad. You've not done any better with 2 as well. Now, I don't like to sort of brag or anything here, Wayne, but 4, which normally I'd be embarrassed with, but what can I say? But look, let's go into the second half. And I'm going to say, and I did say this, I said if FaZe keeps this up, I might have to actually give him my man of the match. He had a really good game. And I want to sort of look at that back 4, like Jim said. Cody scoring the goal and then not long after getting his foot in the way of a thing. Talk me through that back 4 and what sort of game they had.
I think they played really well, to be honest. That has been our Achilles heels this year. Some fans say we need a striker with Vardy leaving, but other fans are saying, no, we absolutely need to get an established back 4 or a regular one that you can interchange. And we've had so many changes in the back 4. Wolo came on, and I definitely thought, and a few fans thought, what a fantastic debut. And then he's been nowhere near since. Cody sort of initially had a nightmare of a season. He came on, gave away a penalty, and we've been like that. Vestergaard, nowhere to be seen. So, what's going to happen next year with the defence? Who's going to stay? Great, Faz had a good game, but does that mean we can get another 3 or 4 million for him? Because a lot of fans wanted to see him gone. JJ, I agree with people like Kate. I like JJ. I thought Cooper hung him out to dry and gave him too much to do. And a lot of these players that are average to crap in the Premier will actually be very good in the Championship.
Indeed.
That's the reality of it. That's the difference. It's like Burnley have got the tightest defence, haven't they? What, they're letting 14 or so many goals all season? You just wait till you get in the Premiership and see how you get on, guys.
Well, exactly. I said, Tom, who needs Messi when you got Ayew? I mean, what a game he had. And I put a thing the other day of the team I'd like to see next season with who will probably leave and who may stay. And if Ayew is our striker up front, like I said at half time, getting the ball, holding it up, getting a free kick, waiting for Mavrodini or Fatawu to come in and be there for the shot. I mean, I'd be very happy with that when he's played in the right position.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go back to my default on this, Chris, which is very simple, which is that I'm not happy with how the club runs its finances. We shouldn't be spending over 100% on our wage budget. So ultimately, if he's going to cost too much money, we're going to have to sacrifice him. But if he's going to be affordable and he's going to fit into this, and we're going to be running a wage budget that isn't over 100%, which I'm pretty sure the Football League is not going to allow us to do, there's going to be some complete structure on us to stop that happening. If he fits between that, absolutely. But I still think if you look at Luke Thomas, for example, today, his asset is a long throw. We've got no one to get on the end of a long throw. We scored that goal, yes, off it, but ultimately we need to get a target man because if we don't get a target man in, it's going to be redundant having that long throw, and we need to add a little bit of that to our game because in the Championship you need a bit of that as well.
Just Brad to finish off the first half.
Agree?
No, yes, I daren't argue with you.
Go on, Brad. Disagree with me.
Well, I do disagree with you a little bit because if that was the case, Odds and Edward would have been playing. And long throws aren't just for target men. They're to cause chaos in the box. And that's exactly what it did every time he launched it in. You put that ball in normal and it gets headed out and they deal with it and they break away. They're trying to scramble it clear. And 1 out of the 3 decent throw-ins he had, Canoes has a shot, saved, Cody scored. So I get the obvious sign is, if he's throwing it long, you've got to have a Peter Crouch in there, which is where Stoke benefited more from it. But they also had other players that were just naturally good headers of the ball. They just do it. And you can just cause chaos. That was the one thing any manager always talked about when they were setting up for Tony Pulis' Stoke with Delap is it was horrible to deal with because you had having to mark Crouch was like an added extra to the job. It was bad enough dealing with a ball that was coming on your 12-yard line. you know, that was it. But yeah, sorry, I just thought I'm in the mood to disagree with people.
I don't disagree with that either, Brad. I think you're actually pretty right there. You know. Anyway, back to you, Chris.
Brad, let me come back to you with your question. Talk me through the Forest equaliser.
Yeah, to be fair, it was happening. You could see it churning, and it kind of goes back to what Tom said about this zonal marking. You either love it or you hate it, and it's either really successful or it can be a disaster show. And to be fair, I mean, first of all, Luke Thomas was quite aggressive today, and I like to see it. I'm not saying in like a bad way. Like, he was throwing himself into tackles, he was getting in the faces, but he overexerted himself to give away the free kick. Because I think if he doesn't do that grabbing at the end, he doesn't get the free kick, and it doesn't come about. But that's when zonal marking gets damaging, because everybody takes a spot and then finds themselves doing this when there's a spot that gets freed up, like Gibson White ran into and headed it in, that they're going, well, was that nearer you? Was it nearer me? No, I think it was nearer you. You know what I mean? And that, you just don't react. Whereas if you're man marking, or you kind of do a mix of man and zonal marking, you have someone who picks up that gap and deals with it. Because, look, it was a great header. Stalacic had no chance. But that's a criminal goal to concede.
Whose fault was it then? Because I've written down here, it was unmarked. I thought, first of all, it was Skip. Then Tom said possibly Cody. I mean, who are we blaming for it? I mean, I want to blame FaZe, but, you know, I can't.
Yeah, but you want to blame FaZe when you wake up with a cold.
And I often do.
It all comes down, really, to blaming the tactical coach on that one, because with each risk you have to have a compensator. So if we need to know who is instructed in that scenario, whether it's Skip, whether it's Cody, whether it's FaZe, and Chris would love it if it was FaZe, he'd love it if it was FaZe, or if it was Justin or whoever didn't track the run of Gibbs, because they initially leave that gap open on purpose to mark the men at the front post and middle of the goal. So it's whoever the coach and the manager said, you, player, whoever you are, you've got to make sure no one gets in that gap for a free header. So it's that player and the coach's fault.
Yeah, Jim, yeah. I mean, I'm going to disagree with you and get my own back, Brad. I don't think you can blame the coach, because at the end of the day, he's not on the pitch. I know Prash hadn't put in that it was actually John Rudkin. He ran on the pitch and headed it into his own net. But Jim, I mean, are we zonal? Are we man to? I mean, I thought we got rid of this zonal marking shit.
Hey, he's done away, and you're on mute.
Sorry. I agree with what Brad said. I think having one way or another, I mean, a mixture, I like man, but a mixture of zonal marking and man, situational would be the way I would go. I looked at the review of the goal, and I swear it was Vardy in front, and the score just went up over him. I mean, I looked at it and paused it a couple times, but still, to Brad's point, you have a plan. You have a plan on the corner kicks, and you've got to execute. I wouldn't blame the coach, but certainly, how many times have we talked how pathetic we are on set pieces? So whatever works for the team, whatever the team fits the team and their identity, I would go with. If they're able to do zonal marking and not get mixed up, like Brad said, where who's here and who's there and who has this spot, and they're mature enough to play that way, that may be a good way, but I think it's situational.
Yeah. Moving on to the second half, Wayne. The start of the first half, we could have gone 2-0 down in the first 5 or so minutes. Start of the second half, it was almost the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, and to be honest, I've got a note here, like Stalacic, really safe pair of hands. I've also got a note here on 49 minutes, and I thought it was quite significant. Indeed, he heads out for a corner. But the side note was, I've spotted grey hairs in his beard. And that's a pivotal moment. So you got Vardy leaving, you got Ndidi with grey hairs. You're thinking, oh my God, Leicester's, this is a real changing of the guards.
Was the match that boring?
Sorry?
Was the match that boring?
Well, come on, Chris, we all know the first time we spotted grey hair on a beard, it's significant when you're a man.
Well, it's not just the beard, let me tell you that.
It made me realise that indeed he's not this 25-year-old powerhouse that he used to be. But yeah, to be honest, I think, you look at Forest who we played and they're a really good team. But interesting, when we were talking about the throw-ins, I did read an Athletic article and saying the long throws are coming back into Premier football. And that is quite interesting that we've got Thomas do a long throw. But it's like when Stolarczyk kicks the ball up, and even Hermanson used to. When you're kicking up to someone like Jamie Vardy, who's like a Warwick Davis kind of figure up front compared to other defenders, I mean, what can you do? So,
Tom, I've got here at 60 minutes. Second half was all Forest. I mean, the first half, I would go as far as to say we probably edged it and were the better team. We took the game, we took the to them, we took the lead. But that second half, that first 15 minutes, we weren't at the races.
No, it's a rare day for us, Chris, where actually the substitutions made quite an effect. How many times have we said that this season? I think Bunotte was probably the man that made the difference, because he came on and all of a sudden he was everywhere and he didn't know what to do. I mean, you see how embarrassed they were when he scored the goal. They looked like, their manager looked like, you should have been tracking him. Why weren't you? He was causing chaos. So it's a rare and a nice progress with that, to see that. But we're still too halfway house for me. I mean, we still need to... And when I mentioned target man, not to go too much over this, we still need a plan B, because at the end there, if we, could have chucked a ball and had a player on the end of it, I still think that's just as effective as also chucking in and causing chaos, which I also agree with. So yeah, for me, it's identity still is the biggest thing. And it is also about like, how do we take this team into next season now and make sure we're utilising the best tools we got, in the right places.
Liverpool, who had a guard of honour off Arsenal before the match started, have just taken the lead and are 1-0 up. And looks like North London is the place to bottle things. If we see, Brad, I'm going to come to you with this one. 55 minutes in that period when we weren't at the races, we went 2-1 down. We always knew Chris Wood was going to score. I'm actually going to blame Stolarczyk for that goal.
Now, I see where you're viable to blame Stolarczyk, but I'm going to blame something that's been blamed many a time before, and that is, and it's not, unfortunately, I have to go to the individuals in this game, but it's whoever's played in this position. It's the centre-back Cody and the right-back Justin not knowing who's going to pick up the run, because they both saw the run. Cody over his shoulder, Justin on the left. No. Do your waggy finger. You're not a dog. Don't wag your tail at me. Stolarczyk cannot come and collect that ball when two players, two of them, Chris. I'm glad you can count. No,
I'm going to interject there, because I'm actually going to go for the blame. 2-0 to Liverpool.
Yeah, you had scoreline Tourette's then.
I know. What did we all go? I just need Arsenal to score now. Oh, somebody had 2-0. Brad.
Stop the count. Really? Stop the count.
Get Trump up.
There's only Brad wants what I put up earlier. If I can find it for you, Brad, I'll put this up just for you. Don't say that I don't. Have I got it? There we go. There you go, Brad. Oh, no, it's not that one. There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Stop. Tap around now.
Well, the reason I'm going earlier is because before they got the balls, Stolarczyk played a short pass out to Skip that played Skip into trouble. Skip just about got away, passing it to another Leicester player, but it was at that point where we hadn't got control of the game. Stolarczyk passed it out to Skip. Skip had it, nearly lost it because it was a poor pass. managed to somehow get it to another Leicester player who probably wasn't expecting it because Skip did that, not knowing what time he'd got. And then we lost out and it came over. So I'm not blaming the defenders or Stolarczyk. I don't think Stolarczyk had much of a chance to stop it, but I'm blaming him right from the offset for the clearance.
Yeah, well, if you're going back to that initial point in play, then you are right in saying so.
What do they say these days? It's part of the same movement or something.
Yeah. Well, start Stolarczyk, end Cody or Justin for not ready. Again, you could say that was zonal defending that confused them for that one. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. From that motion going forward, Stolarczyk had a bit of a, well, I would say a Madsen about him, but every keeper that's played for us this season's done that at some point, haven't they?
Yes, yeah. Jim. Sorry, I'm just going to sort of try and clear my throat here.
I still think you're choked up because
we need to call 999.
What's it called? Our devoted defender phase. Actually, I'm going to say it. Actually played a half decent game today.
Yeah, I did record that in the chat, by the way. It is recorded.
Pick me up on it. You did pick me up.
No, he didn't. He didn't hurt us. He played a good game, and I think it goes back to the two players who were playing in front of Stolarczyk. I thought they played consistent. They knew where each other were. I mean, regardless of did Cody miss the run or did Skip miss the run for the goal, I thought the two of them played well up there. And I thought Foss FaZe intercepted a bunch of passes coming in. And no, I thought he played well. I'm sure it's your man of the match. I'm just dead sure.
Don't go that far. Calm down. Wayne, look, 59 minutes. He made 2 substitutions. And I have got a load of question marks against these substitutions. Sumari came on for Skip. Winote came on for AU. Hello there.
Hi.
Say bye.
What's your... oh, she's gone. Okay. Hello, you're back. Is this the granddaughter?
That is. That's Ivy.
Ivy.
She wanted to say hi. They're getting ready to leave. Say bye.
Bye.
Hi.
She's our good luck charm. She's been over for every victory and draw so far.
Why did you just move in with you, please?
I would like that.
Yes. Wayne, Skip and AU went off, and I thought they were having decent games. Now, if you're going to change players, and you could obviously disagree with me on that, but if you are going to change like for like, then it's got to be for like players that are having bad games. Pardon, I can't hear you.
He's back on you.
All right, yeah, but I get what you're saying. I think IU had a good game, and like the argument, some people have argued, could IU replace Vardy up front in the Championship? Would it be good enough because he holds the ball up? And he's intelligent in striking the ball and using the ball in and around the box. But when he came on, I mean, my God, he made a big difference. And I went to watch the Newcastle game with my brother. And although when Brennan came on as substitute, although we were absolutely woeful in the first half, but when he came on amongst other people like Ricky P, the difference, when you watch a match live, you can just see how much players run and how much effort they put in. And Brennan, he was slipping over, he was shooting over the bar, but he was having a bloody good go. And that's what I like about Brennan. He brings some good youthful attitude. He's got good ability. And I do think you need to change things. And a lot of other managers in the Premier and better managers make the substitutes earlier on. Some of the better managers will make substitutes at half time. And that was the criticism of other managers, like some people criticising Cooper. So I do like the fact that, although I'm not a fan of Rude to bring us back onto the Premier, I do like the fact that he is bringing more subs on later than has happened before, but I just wish he would play the youth a bit earlier, like Mongo.
Yeah.
But when not, absolutely, he just got the ball in midfield and just ran it Notts Forest, which is what you need to have in the Premiership.
You do. Tom, at that point, I've written down here the second half, it's all Forest.
Yeah, it was, mate. Yeah, it took the substitutions, didn't it? And it took the vibrancy of that coming into the game because we were falling under the cosh again. I mean, I know a lot of people might watch this back and, in a negative mindset about Leicester, and they might go, still it wasn't good enough. And there's points of it that weren't. But, the fact we've seen that, I think, is what will be a lighter hope for next season. Because I think then you can build off that, because then it shows there is some care there. My biggest fear is when players are playing for you that don't care, because we have seen the ramifications of that happening at many football clubs before, because you end up falling off a cliff and everyone hates each other. So I think that is a real positive. But yeah, it is something we've got to consider here, and how we also with the modern game, and you talk about the long throws coming into the modern game management is going to be incredibly important in the Premier League going forward, especially when you're a European team and you've got European minutes. This is why I think Slot's done such a good job at Liverpool, because he slowed the game down for them and they burst at pace at times, and then they just, manage the game well. So I think that's a big part of it as well. And once again, Chris, it comes back to that point of identity. If it's going to be Dyche next year, Van Nistelrooy, whoever, we need a strong identity just to make sure we don't get in these messes so much.
Dyche is jumping up the old betting table, heavily linked today, or yesterday, I should say. Brad, after that, though, we kind of got back into it. I've actually going to say it's actually quite hard for me to pick a man of the match, and we'll come on to that later. But it's been nice to have a couple of games now where it's not been a struggle. Yeah, that one player played well.
Yeah, or it's not been a struggle to pick one because we're going, do we have to? We're actually sat here going, yeah, but substitutes came on, had a good game. There was some starting players that had a good game. It's nice to just have that difference. I'm not saying that he's my choice of man of the match here, but we made a question, Chris, didn't we, a few weeks ago? Why are we playing Buonanotte when he's not going to be here next season? What if Brighton, what if the talk of the town is that Brighton want to loan him again and a full season in the Championship? Could be the reason he's coming on, because it's the only reason I can think. Well, apart from the fact that Rude has two brain cells swimming into each other and causing more concussion, but it's the only reason I can think he's coming on and playing games over, giving Monga an extra half hour. We're going to have a Monga tally chart just for Wayne because he's mentioned him 75 times. I'm just trying to add to the numbers. But, someone coming on who maybe we were expecting to see next season. But yeah, it was an influx of substitutes, and for the first time in a long time, Chris, it's going to be difficult for all the right reasons to pick a man of the match.
Yeah. True Red is in. Hi, True Red. Nottingham Forest fan, obviously. Well done today. I think we deserve the point. And he says here, fair play to you guys. Frustrated us for long periods. We didn't help ourselves, especially in those last few minutes. Try being too clever with the football. Look, you can tell how much it meant to you guys to get the win and get you back into the Champions League places. But I think we went toe to toe. In fact, on the back of that, Jim, what's better? The three. And all right, take away the points, right? Because we got 3 points against Southampton and 1 point against Forest. But to me, I would take what we've just seen 100 times.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we didn't the 3 points didn't do anything for us. It's not like we needed them to move up in the table. I think what we saw today gave us some hope for what players may be back next season. Let's face it, we played a team that's playing for Champions League football, and we played them, as someone just said, toe to toe. They ran stretches where they were really better than us. But looking back, we've had a lot of matches this year that Mads Hermansen kept us in. There were balls going off the post, off the crossbar. He was making great saves where it could have been 6-7-0. But guess what? There wasn't a lot of those today, which meant we played better across the pitch. Like I said many times, the guys that playing in front of goal today did a great job. They frustrated them. And I think the fact we played toe-to-toe with a team that was that far up in the table, that was exciting. And that point was well earned.
Wayne, I want to just bring Scott's point in here. I believe we were lucky today. You should have comfortably come away with the 3 points. However, anything happens in the game of football, fair play to you coming on here humbly. I certainly agree with coming on there humbly, and I think, you guys, Forest played well, but I think we played well. I don't think we were lucky at all, Wayne.
No, and to be honest, Sells, I won't mention the format that would let you know this, but Sells has got the most clean sheets in this season for a Premier goalkeeper. And that shows you that Forest are a very hard side to beat. That's how they allowed to get to third behind Arsenal. And we, like all as fans, will look at a game and say, "Oh my God, the way the ref, we should have had a penalty, and their penalty definitely wasn't a penalty." And we're all biased, if we're completely honest, because we're fans and we love a club. But no, I'd say not. You look at the stats, you look at the way we finished the game very strong. And it does make you think that is a coulda, woulda, shoulda. I mean, what would have happened if we played that energy earlier on? And that's the biggest criticism of Ruud van Nistelrooy from fans across all the, let's say, social networks, all the fans I chat to that go down the ground and saying, we would just love Ruud van Nistelrooy to give some of these younger. I mean, Monga is at school 5 days a week and he can only train with the team 2 days a week because he's a school kid. But when he gets on a football pitch, my God, he is a man and he is able. So I just wish Ruud would give him the chance. And I think that is the difference. If Ruud had given these younger players more of a chance, I think a lot more fans would have maybe think, let's give Ruud a go. But no, definitely we're in the game.
Who did you want to see more of, Wayne?
Ruud van Nistelrooy.
No, which player did you want to see more of?
Monga.
Monga, no, I'm playing Monga bingo here. I'm going for a line.
When you watch that Newcastle game, and Buenanotte when he came on, El Canoes, and that was it for people that drove forward, were hungry for the ball, and really tackled with intention, and were passionate about playing the game. When you go to a match, you can literally see who is trying it and who isn't. And Monga, my God, he's got the ability, but he will take people on. He does not give a shit.
Scott, I'm going to just say that I still disagree with you. If you can only play what's in front of you. Now, if Forest didn't put the ball away, and they don't deserve to win. I mean, look, if let's say they had 90% possession and we parked the bus and we got a point with a breakaway goal, I would say, yeah, you're right. They had 55.8% possession. We had 44.2. Not a huge difference there. The XG for them, 1.31, 1.07 for us. One of our best ever. They had 15 shots. We had 10. They had 4 shots on target. We had 6. They had 17 touches in our box. We had 22 in their box. Their goalkeeper made 4 saves. Ours made 2. You tell me. What are you doing, Wayne?
I'm getting excited. All those positive stats, Chris.
Get your jazz hands out. No, but Dom, there's no way you're telling me that's lucky.
Well, I'll say something about this today. The goal that they scored for Chris Wood, right? Did you guys count how many passes it took?
4.
Yeah, it was about 4. I think it was 3 or 4. Yeah, it might be when we won the Premier League. It's like, yeah, that's how you do it if you're an underdog team, right? You strategize yourself tactically so that you're very, very destructive on your passing and you get it through quick. And the reality is, Chris, they only did that once or twice today, and they're actually very good at normally doing that. So I don't know if maybe without, challenging them too much, if perhaps there is a little bit of pressure that is built there in order to try and get over the line, because obviously that's such a great start to the season and it's a natural thing when you're sort of fighting above your station to try and get yourself over it. So I don't think they had their best game today. I think it made us look slightly better. However, I still think we were probably equal, definitely.
But if they... Well, who are you, Brad? I'm going to labour this point because, yes, they didn't have their better game, but how many teams have turned up, been in first or second gear, and still spanked our arse?
Yeah, and most notably, that second goal. How many times this season has that second goal, when we've just started to get into it, killed us off, and then all of a sudden the team's capitulated? And the biggest question to look at it and ask the question is, who was on their haunches at the end of the game? Whose players were sat on their arse, heads in their hands, dropping points? Because our season was dead many a month ago, for being honest with you. It was just other teams doing just as bad, keeping us alive. But since we've been taken off the ventilator, we've had a freedom of some form, and Forest were gutted. Do you remember, Chris, in about January, February time, they were doing a Leicester? Well, if you want to say, I want to say that Forest actually are doing a Leicester here. They're doing the Leicester that capitulated their last 5-6 games, had 2 red cards against Bournemouth, lost the game 4-1 or 4-2, and missed out on Champions League football and ended up getting Europa League football. So they're doing a Leicester in that sense, because they look absolutely done in. Their fans were silent until that sort of mad 2 or 3 period, and that is something that, forget this season, right? Forget saying, oh, well, where was it 6-10 games ago? Let's look at this as every shred of positivity towards next season, and take it with that at least come the end of the season, we're going to have something to go, we've seen enough signs to say that if they get the right people in and right people out and do the okie-dokie, they're going to be okay come the championship season.
We'll see when we come to the performance ratings. We'll see how we feel. But we've done, we've got a point from games before, and I said the performance hasn't been that good. Jim, 76, 2 more substitutes. Christian for Tommins and Monga. Yes, Monga. Tick it off. Another one on the old bingo there. Coming on for McAteer again. Like for like, players that weren't particularly they're having good games, to be honest with you, for me. But I suppose it's a case of just freshening it up, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And when I saw Monga come on, I was excited. When I saw Christensen come on,
not as excited as Jim was, as Wayne was.
Yeah, that's true. But I was puzzled with Christensen, and looking back, he did well. He really got down in on their end, played the ball across multiple times. So I think, as someone said earlier in the post match, I think the subs were great moves by Ruud when he did. I mean, and I'm going to let Wayne go on about Monga, but one thing that I want to follow up on what Wayne and Brad said, and I know it's too late for this season, but my goodness, if we could have played some of these younger kids earlier, not just to give them, to see what they can do, but let them make mistakes. That's how they're going to learn. Because to put them on there in the last 5 minutes of a match, they make a mistake, they come off, they don't learn anything. If we could give them more time earlier in the season so they can be coached up, when they make a mistake, they get told about it, and then they know they have a chance to go out there and learn from it. I've seen a lot of talent out there that we could be carrying over to next season. So let's give them the time now to get the confidence to carry over to next season. Because when you see
I know what you're saying, yeah, and I take on board exactly what you're saying. But Wayne, looking at that, 2 things. One, yes, it gives them more game time. They're going to get better, and you could argue that Ruud van Nistelrooy should have been doing that when we were losing 15, 16, whatever it was on the trot with the same players. He should have been blooded those players. The other thing, of course, is that a lot of the players that we could be seeing next season were out on loan anyway. The other thing is, of course, is it easier? And this was a question I asked the other day, and I think it probably is easier to blood youngsters in the Championship than it is in the Premier League. Because had Ruud played the youngsters in that run of form and we'd have still lost, we'd have given him points to say, well, he's trying something else, but then he would have got roasted for playing the youngsters.
Yeah, I think like when you had Rob Tanner on, he said you've got to be careful with these youngsters. You've got like Mongaroo is still in school. You can only train with the first team squad a couple of days a week. So I think fans were desperate for solutions to a shit season, and the ideal situation was sticking Monger in him to rescuers. That's not feasible because you have got to be careful with. I know, like Matt Piper says, the young kids, when I came on, we were struggling and had no fear because they're saying, look, we shit anyway, just see what you can do. But with social media these days, football can be a very, very brutal place for younger kids. And I think you have got to be careful. And I do think the way the club might have instructed Rude not to play him too early because they do have care packages in place for the younger players. And you've got to think of the exposure at that very 15
Yeah,
very
I
age.
suppose going back to what we're saying about RuPaul's Drag Race earlier, you're buggered if you do, you're buggered if you don't. Am I allowed to say that? I'm not sure.
Very topical.
It's your show.
Very topical, Chris. But
That will get me cancelled. That will get me cancelled. I forgot what my... I'm so pleased with that. I forgot what my question to you was going to be then, Tom. Jamie Vardy. Look, we've said we're going to miss him.
Yeah.
This is a guy who has now only got 90 minutes, plus obviously stoppage time, to try and get that 200th goal for the club. And yet, here is a guy who is unselfish in front of goal to the point of probably maybe costing us 3 points, and I'm not saying it did, by passing to McAteer, passing to somebody else, when he could have had a shot himself. I mean, that speaks volumes for the guy.
Absolutely, mate. And that is also what is attracting a lot of clubs maybe going into the Premier League next year to him because they realise he has got that in him. And that is something you really can't buy in a footballer. You either got it or you haven't. And it's something which our greatest success was built around, getting the right attitude. I would suggest certain players in the last few years, definitely from the Rodgers era onwards, we've signed the wrong characters completely for our football club, and now we're in this mess. I think it is to be applauded that how he leads in that way. And I think hopefully the other players will take that from him next season. If one legacy he could leave now, it would be to make sure the rest of the boys that are coming up around him, like McAteer, who's been playing with recently, who I see as someone who's going to play a lot of minutes next year, hopefully, get that attitude into those guys so they can carry on and pass the torch to them, basically, because that's what we need at Leicester, mate. Our biggest success has come from this era because of Jamie Vardy's attitude in a lot of times.
Very, very important question, and I may have asked you this before, I don't know. Behind you, you have a globe. Is that a drinks globe or is that just a globe? Because if it's a drinks globe, crack one open.
I'll go have a little look. I actually don't know. I believe it's a drinks one. You guys carry on talking. I'll open it up.
These are the things that the fans want to know. Brad, talk me through the second goal. Yes, it's a drink. Yes.
Hey, good lad. Look, the second goal was pure persistence and digging in from Leicester. The change from in, the energy levels can change. And although the majority of the subs were a little bit like for like, they do all in their own way offer us a little bit more than what we had out there in terms of a little bit difference in how they go about things. And we saw that with Buonanotte, who got the goal. And, to kind of counteract the Vardy should have shot in that moment. And I think he should have. He should have shot when he tried to pass it to McAteer, and the other chance where it's kind of like you'd have expected Vardy to shoot. Jamie Vardy's going to have an assist, and what an assist it is to that goal. And again, going back to what Tom said about showing his maturity and his footballing brain, 2 or 3 minutes before that goal, Chris, the guy who went into the aerial battle and left Buonanotte free to go and take out Vardy in the air, who got the flick on for the goal, had just been in a scrap with Buonanotte, having handbags at dawn on the halfway line. And that tells you how psychologically Jamie Vardy must have been going, I'm going to get this. See this ball, this is mine. And so that Sangier's gone, no, I'm going to get it. He's got to flick onto it, and it's just set him through. And it was a quality finish. It was a Leicester goal of old.
And Vardy, by peeling off, took the defender with him, and left it open. Final 2 points before we get on to the performances, etc. I've got a Monga point here for Wayne. You'll be pleased to know. Everybody's getting ready for a full house. I mean, there's that injury at the end. We don't want to see any player injured, Jim, whoever they play for, and it looked quite bad. I don't know why he wasn't substituted, because they'd only made 3 substitutions at that point, according to the BBC. But 8 minutes of stoppage time. That stoppage came at the right time, didn't it, for Forest? Because we were on top. Having got that second goal, to me, there was only one team that was going to go on and win that. And then that happened, and it, break allowed Forest back in.
No, I thought the same thing. I thought it played right into their hands at that time. I was surprised they didn't substitute. But we still had our moments. And, even stretching it out as long as they did. I mean, I felt confident when we went down 2-1 that we were going to score to tie. That's the kind of game it was today. That's the kind of feeling I had. I mean, I was certainly hopeful that we would pull it out in that last 8 minutes, but I thought we were toe-to-toe. So, yeah, it did come unfortunate for us and then favored them, but I thought we held our own in that last stretch.
Yes. Ray said the Forest own on the pitch, giving it to the gaffer after the match.
Sorry,
I saw him on the pitch. You saw the picture as well, but I don't know what was going on there. Luke, the Thomas fan, the Forest fan. I'm in a bad day. Luke, the Forest fan, said he didn't see it. I mean, you don't want to see that. Any owner, just keep it off the camera. We're going to get on to the performances, man of the match. But Wayne, I have got. If anybody is waiting for the Monga full house, here's your chance. 96 minutes. Vardy had a chance, played in Monga, and I put down here Fatu-esque with his attempt.
Yeah, to be honest, it could have put it either side. And, when they came out with the stat that no 15-year-old has scored in the Premier, period, and you're thinking, oh, my God, he's got a chance. He's got a chance. Here he goes. And he doesn't score. But what I like about Monga and Buenanotte is they drove. One time, Monga got the ball on the wing, and then he was taking the ball inside, and he was running right through the number 10 slot, right into their attack, which they caused disruption and chaos in defences, pull the central defenders out, Vardy gets in, nearly plays McAteer in, overplays the pass, and McAteer doesn't get a shot. But Buenanotte and Monga caused disruption to Forest, and they stretched them about, and that's where our chances come from. And that is the future of Leicester City. My God, please play these quick, intelligent, footballing kids.
Next Watchalong, Brad, I want you to keep a Monga chart. See, I want to count it up.
Do a graphic, Chris. Do a graphic to put on screen.
Oh, there will be after it. Believe you me, there will be after it.
Just make sure you remember the last letter of his name, otherwise people think you're having a Mong count.
Yes, yeah, I know. You've got to be careful these days. Right. I haven't heard from Alan for the official man of the match, etc. But I am going to start carrying that over to the show on Monday night with you, Brad, with the show there. We'll hit it more there. So really just us guys. Kate unfortunately forgot to take her headphones. She said she might send a video, which she hasn't. Don't ask me what sort of video that would be telling, but if you're not on our OnlyFans account, you're missing out. Let me come, Tom. First of all, that performance rating. Give me a performance rating.
Oh, it's a difficult one for me, this, because I still think it's a difference between effort and standard, isn't it? Effort is something, but the quality you got is something completely different. So I'm not going to go for what I usually would. I will go for a 7. Yeah, it would normally be a 5 I would give standardly for the best we're going to get for the actual team we got. I'll give it a 7 today because I think the effort was there. I know 7 might even be viewed as harsh, or it might even be viewed as too good, perhaps. I'm not really sure, but I'll go for a 7.
You go for a 7. Always hard to go first. Brad?
We've not had many performances this season where throughout the 90 we've been at the races. Even that bloody win against Tottenham, the team we've got the most points off this season, it was the second half where we came to life.
Oh, no. We got more points off Southampton.
Well, yeah, but Southampton count. If I tell you what, if Southampton
don't count, we're making my point.
yeah, because I'm making my point. Shut up.
Fair play to you, mate.
Yeah. But I tell you what, it's more embarrassing for Tottenham than it is Southampton to lose 4 than 6 points off us. But that is our most consistent and best 90-minute football for a long, long time. I'm going to start it off early, Chris. I'm going to give it an 8.5.
Oh, Jim.
I like the fact, and to follow up what Brad said, I like the fact that we were in it to the end. We were in it to the end against a very, very good team. And we have sat for the last hour and analyzed the opportunities that we had. This ball would have gone here. We'd have done this, passed sooner, stuff like that. We were in it till the end at their place. I would give it a solid 8. I just love the effort, but not just the effort, the production on the field. They really went out there and they played. They played hard.
Yeah. Wayne?
Yeah, the context is Forest have fallen off. They've only won in the last 6 games and they lost 3 and drawn 2. So there is that context. But as the guys said, we're in the game. Did I ever feel at any time, oh my God, Forest have got the ball, they're going to break and score a goal? No, I didn't, to be honest. And like, I think commenting in the chat, I think our XG for one game was 0.01.
Yes.
Something ridiculous. I mean, that is... when you read it, you're thinking, no, that there must be a decimal point out of place there. So the XG shows we're in the game, and I definitely think I'm glad Brad didn't say 8 because I don't like agreeing with Brad because I was going to go for an 8.
You're going for an 8. Well, you agreed with him a lot in the prediction show the other night.
That's completely different, Chris.
That's my man of the match. Whoever did that.
I can't take credit for it. It is on Twitter, but that's getting retweeted. That's funny.
Guys, you're not wrong. It is one of our best performances of the season. And I don't get this sort of like, that, and I've seen the highlight. I've only seen the highlights of the Southampton game because, like I said, I didn't watch it. But to me, what we did against Southampton was because it was Southampton and because of where they were. And that was a Southampton side that was probably worse than when we played them early on in the season and they'd gone 2-0 up against us. But this was, and I know the form has been dropping off, but it is still a side that are chasing Champions League. They've not gone out and said, like, well, it doesn't matter if we draw, we're still up there. They wanted the points. They're still sat in 7th, which is where they started the day. They're just 1 point closer. At one point, at 2-1 up, they were in 5th place and they were in the Champions League place. So we are playing them. And then I'm thinking, right, I was actually going to give them a 9. And then I'm thinking, am I going over the top there?
No, fuck them. Go for a 9, Chris.
Go! Your show.
To me, thank you. To me, I just think if that was a performance I would have liked to have seen so many times this season. Not saying we'd have won every single game, but against Fulham's, against the Palaces, against the Evertons, and we'd have played like that. We could have got some draws and got points, and I just think. I'm going to say it's probably up there for me for the performance of the season. And I am going to give them a 9. I'm sorry. I think they deserve it.
Oh, Chris.
Well,
you made me 7.
I was going to say, yeah, you made me look like Pol Pot here, didn't you? Yeah, you look like the hardest in the world. Yeah,
that was the idea.
I think we averaged an 8.5 if you put it all together. So maybe Brad was right along.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Scott said over the full game, I'd have to give the man of the match to Cody Faze for keeping us in the game. I'd say 7 for the performance. Dead Prashant, 6.5. Scott, you're very
Thank you, you two. Thank you. Cheers, both.
I think you've kind of maybe hit your head on the wall when you got out of bed this morning. You got out the wrong time. But look, no, it's all about opinions, Scott, and you are entitled 6.5. Fair enough. Gray has gone 8 as well. So let us go to man of the match. Well, this is going to be interesting because I think it's a difficult one, and I think we could end up with maybe just more than one. And normally we've gone like Elkanus. I think it could well be spread around. We'll go to the guy who obviously hasn't been impressed with his performance at all today, and that's Tom.
That's not even true. You know it.
Sorry, mate.
No, it's fine. Carry on.
Who are you going to go for being man of the match?
It's a difficult one, and I agree with you. I think we could pick lots of options here. I can't give it to Cody because I do think he was partly responsible for one of the goals, maybe Vardy. Yeah, I'm going to go with Bonotte because I just think ultimately we're 2-1 down and we needed a bit of vibrancy, and he brought it. So Bonotte.
Bonotte for Tom. Brad.
I think Bonotte deserves a special mention, if you will. Came on, changed the game.
Okay, so is he your deserves a mention then?
Yeah, he's my deserves a mention. Definitely my deserves a mention. Just for the impact he had for the time he was on the pitch. You know, he could have got an assist had Monger smashed it in the net. But as composed as the chop was, you know, he could have got it. But there you go. My man of the match is somebody who we all thought was dead and buried after his 2 failed loans. Showed aggression, got in the faces, wound their players up. Didn't see too much down his side that causes issues. Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas was, for someone who was on for the majority of the time that affected the game as well as he did, Luke Thomas. And I can't wait for Monger and FaZe to be Wayne and Chris's man of matches.
You'll have to wait. Sorry, we're going to come back to you, Tom. Who was your deserves a mention?
Ironically, I was Brad's thoughts. Exactly, I can speak there. I was Brad's thoughts exactly that. I would have the other way around, but Thomas was my other choice. Yeah, it was
interesting at the start. They were really targeting that right hand side.
Yeah, exactly. They kind of thought that he was susceptible, but he did very well. I think he's going to be really handy next year. I think.
Sorry, what I meant was our right hand side. They were really going down at James Justin. Very long, Jim. Your deserves a mention first of all.
Well, as the match was going on in the first half, I really liked the way Cody was holding down the fort in the back. I liked the way IU, the things you mentioned that we saw with him, but my man to mention was Thomas. I liked the way he played with confidence. I liked the long throws. If he'd have stayed in, I probably would have had him my man of the match. So I would say deserve the mention was Thomas. And I would have to go with Buonanotte for the man of the match. When he came in with that energy, like Brad said, he changed the game. I like the way he stood up when he got his yellow card. The guy he stood up again, I don't know how, Anya or however you pronounce it, he's a big dude. And he stood right up in his face, and he didn't back down. And I thought earlier this season when Buonanotte came in, he was a little frail, got knocked off the ball a lot. He didn't look it today. He played with confidence and aggressiveness, and he got the tying goal. So Buonanotte, man of the match.
Well, from one big dude to another, Wayne. First of all,
oh my God, what a dilemma! I wanted to have Monger in there, but I've got
I've written him down for you.
He'd have Monger as both, wouldn't he? Mention him, man of the match.
But you deserve to mention first of all.
That's difficult. I think deserves a mention is how many minutes played or how much you affect the game, isn't it? And I would say, well, Cody affects the back four, and he might be the stability we need next season. But I'd say Thomas deserves a mention. No, I'd say Monger deserves a mention because I do believe that if we'd have given the youth a chance, we would be in a different position this season. And I do think he's the future. He's the future. He's the future. But Thomas, for me, like the guys have said, I mean, so many Leicester fans wanted him out the team, sell him for 50 quid, £1 million. And like against Salah, he's not a super skillful ball. But like when we scored the goal where El Khanous played it to Thomas, who then played it to El Khanous, and he crossed it in, and we scored the goal last week. That was Thomas. And against Salah, he just kept him in his pocket. He's played brilliant today. And I think Thomas, for his perseverance, and it's like anything, the test of real character is when you come up against the shit. And Thomas has come up against the shit, and he has proved that he's definitely worth a chance in the Prem next season, and he deserves definite chance in the Championship.
I'm getting a call through. We've actually got Jeremy Monger on the line. Jeremy, what have you got to say about Wayne?
You know, when you fall in love, Chris, you fall in love and you can't do anything.
Why do birds suddenly appear every time Monger's near?
I shouldn't laugh at my own joke, but I found that so I can wait to do that. Brad and Sumari, no, it's not them anymore. They've broken up.
Wayne, are you going to cry when we sell him for $5 million to Man City?
Oh my God!
Everybody now, love is in the air.
Everywhere I look around. We're going to do a karaoke show one night.
This is interesting because deserves a mention. We've got 2 Thomas, 1 Brunette, and a Monger. Who knew? 2 man of the matches. We've got 2 Brunettes and 2 Thomas. And I have to say, I could be the deciding vote here. The problem is, a lot of those that I thought were going to don't. The 2 that I thought might that I was going to give to, they do go off, and I don't think that the substitutes that went off particularly because they were playing badly. I think it was possibly just to freshen it up. So we can look at those that came off and we can say, yes, they did all right.
Arsenal scored.
Well, they still lose. Oh, of course, you went 2-0, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh. Wayne, you went 4-2.
You know what? I hope it finishes 4-2.
What did you go, Chris?
You don't get as many points.
I went 2-1, funny enough. Thank you for asking, Wayne.
Who'd have thought Chris went for the score? Yeah, who'd have guessed?
Who would have known? All I'm going to say is, because I think it just needs to be said, thank you. Right, there we go. Right, so Mike deserves a mention. I thought this guy did really, really well. And I was surprised when a lot of players were taken off. But I'm going to give my deserves a mention to Jordan Ayew.
Called it, knew it was coming. Yeah.
Because I just think...
Really, how you predictable.
All right, Mr. Brunette. Not as predictable as Monger, let's be honest with you. No, I thought he did all right. Last couple of games, he got lucky against Southampton with his goal after he had an awful free kick. But let's be honest, in that role, it's like any player in it. We've all said, haven't we, square pegs in square holes, and look what happens. They actually, play half decently. He's not a winger. Stick him in that role. He held the ball up well. He went down when he knew he went down. It's good to see Thomas and McAteer starting to do that as well. They're learning off him. But I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Come on.
Man of the match. It would be so easy to give it to El Khanous. It would be so easy to give it to Brunette. And I have to say, Brunette, I didn't question him coming on. I just questioned Ayew going off, in fairness. Samari, Christensen.
Stop dodging the bullet.
Come on. Do it, Chris. You know you want to.
I thought Jamie Vardy played really well today.
Yeah.
What a cop out! Come on.
Yes.
He deserved his 200th goal, and he showed how he was very. No, I'm not going for Vardy. I'm going to go for Wout Faes.
Oh my
There we
word!
are, lads.
Whoa.
3 hours, 50,
That's it. The apocalypse is
53
upon
minutes
us.
and 57 seconds.
That's it. The world will end now. The world will end now. Look, now, let me just say this, guys, right? I have criticised Wout Faes more than any other player this season. And in the past, I have also done the same with the likes of Sumare. But when they actually have a decent game, and I did say this, I can't remember what game it was, but he did have one decent game this season. I did actually pick out Sumare. Christensen had a decent game when he came on as well. And I think, yes, 99% of the time, Wout Faes is as much use as a fart in a lift. He really is. He's wrong on so many levels. But, that's what I did there. But I do think today, he got his head on so many crosses. You know, he wasn't far off, I don't think, when he went up once as well. You know, he made him, and it's almost, I would say, Vestergaard-esque. You know, what the thing about Vestergaard is, doesn't look to do much.
Oh, God.
Doesn't look to do
Lots of padding. He's got lots of padding.
Very close, actually, mate. That is. But, you know, with Vestergaard, he doesn't necessarily have to do much, but sometimes he just puts his foot out and just gets, you know, that touch that counts. And Faes, I thought nothing was getting past him today. Well, obviously 2 goals did, but you know, he was there when needed. He got his head in the way, and fair play to him. And I've got to say, for me, he deserved it. So,
are you playing that cartoon thing then, Chris? Now?
No, there's nobody gets that cartoon. That cartoon thing is forever yours and Jeremy Monger's.
You've had a hidden love for fans all this season, and you've been so outspoken. It's sort of the psychologists explain the loudest voices. Yeah, exactly.
So, Chris,
this is it.
How about 3 things we learned today?
I will come on to that in a second. I'm just going to catch up with some comments, and we'll get the people's things. Let's have a look. Scott, 5 points over 3 games, and 2 of them being away games. We shared that form over the 100%, Scott. You are so right. Luke Thomas, long throw. Gwinetti was brilliant. Gray's agreeing with you, Brad. Gwinetti was mine, says Prashant. No, I can't. I am not going to give a donkey. I've actually written down there. You probably can't see it, but it actually says no donkeys. I'm not going to go for a donkey this week. Ray, if BK didn't miss that late header, he would have deserved a mention. Hang on. Well, you're having a threesome. I agree with Wayne. Monga deserves a mention. And Gray says Monga is... But I just sometimes think, I do worry, are we overhyping this lad? I mean, he was okay, but was he really that much more outstanding? Controversial, I know.
We'll know.
He's doing it at 15. He's like, I mean, the players that do this, mate, turn out to be Cesc Fabregas. You know, he's doing it at 15. I mean, he's not far off Fatiwu, who's obviously a lot more older.
Yeah. You see him playing in Barcelona, or if he carries on,
Yeah.
All I'll say is that he is when he comes on, he is playing well, and I think he is. That could be down to the fact that the other players on the pitch have been so shit all season. That said, when he has a really bad game or a normal game, are we going to be criticising him?
Yeah, but that's fair, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, because I don't want you coming round my house, Wayne, and beating me door down and bashing me in if I do. Let's see, look, Prashant is he accepts it. Chris, that is really big of you. Putting himself in the window, maybe, but at the moment we're still paying his wages. Right, go on then. What? I'm kind of. I have a reason.
No, I have a reason.
I've been on coke. 3 things. Was it 3 things? Did you say
3 things? 3 things we learned today.
Go on then. Three things.
Performance-wise, the five of us on average gave an 8.5 performance for Leicester in a draw.
Yeah.
So that says something. Second thing we learned today is another one of us have a love child because Chris has Woutfast.
No, stop there, Jim.
No, Wayne has Mongo, which means Tom and I still have 2 matches to come up with one. Otherwise, we're left out.
I will not. How often did I mention FaZe compared to how much that guy mentioned is down there somewhere? That guy mentioned Monga. That.
Wow.
But sorry, Jim, your third thing.
Hey, he's forever linked with you. The hair, everything. That's it.
I'm going to have to get one of those wigs, aren't I?
Yes.
The last shrine will phase his name when he leaves.
Yes.
So the last thing we learned today is 2 old guys with white hair can look good with sunglasses on, okay?
I was the only non-glasses wearer.
I'm going to say 2 old guys who are that old, they've forgotten where to put the glasses, which is usually on your nose to look through.
On your Chris Wood, mate. On your Chris Wood.
Hey, don't be bringing Wood up again. We've been there once already. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Look, it's nice to actually... How many times have we been at this position after a match completely wanting to go and slit our wrists? I mean, I did at the point during the match where... When does pinching yourself actually become self-harm? Doing it so much game.
Plus, Chris, if you'd have not done a watch along, might we have won the game against Forest rather than destroying it?
Oh,
Thing is though, Wayne, had I not done a watch along, how would you have expressed your total and utter love for Jeremy Monga?
And as a group for Thomas as well.
No, he's all yours. He's all yours. Isn't that a bit illegal? He's only 15. Anyway, we'll move on.
Careful, I knew you were going to go there. Stop it.
Yeah, I jest, of course. Look, we all hope Monga does come good. Somebody said in the chat earlier, another season at Leicester next season, we'll see him. Or does he go to Man City where he'll probably end up doing a Golding? He'll go to Man City and you won't see him, But all it's doing, the more we play him, the more we can claim for him at the tribunal if it does go to that.
That's it. 100%.
Gentlemen, go and enjoy your Sunday. Watch Match of the Day too. It won't be first because that will be Liverpool-Arsenal. Of course it will. But still, a great win. Tom, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thanks, Chris. Cheers, everyone. Lovely to see you all.
Cheers,
Brad,
Tom.
thank you very much as well.
Have a good Sunday.
Yeah, no problem. I'll see you again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow night. I'll message you with details. Jim, go look after that lovely granddaughter of yours. You've got an Ivy, I've got a Lily.
There you go. And good for you getting to see her this week. I'm glad to hear it.
It was a long 5 weeks. 5 weeks today she was born, so I got to see her just under 5 weeks. Bloody that cough and cold that's going around Dorset. I don't know if it's going around anywhere else, but it's awful. And Wayne, thank you as always, mate. We won't wind you up much about Monga. Just a little
banter is the essence of life, Chris.
This is true. I tend to find it's more cider. And the good news is, I always like to leave on the good news. If anybody hasn't subscribed yet, please do smash those likes and get the notification bell clicked as well. But the good news is that the humble bumblebee is making a comeback in the UK. Do you know what that means? More cider because they're pollinating the apples. On that piece of good news, good night all. I'll see you all in the week. Take care, guys. Thanks so much. Goodbye.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.